गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते मैं कम फॉलोइंग ऑन अ लव जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना ही वाली
अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी I'm 16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तस्मा जो बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं यू कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल ठाठा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flap जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली
अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over. अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं। का मतलब ये कि डोंट शूट। गेम मास्टर मार्क 15 क्या खले माँ का बेटा। हाय बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है PUBG मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके, और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का। पख्तून फैंस से अपनी आवाज में PUBG मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, अपना अच्छा लगेगा। आप खुद सोचे तो कोई एक चीज वेयर नहीं है, वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई। PUBG तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ। मजे का कीप रॉकिंग। यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, बहुत हार्डकोर हैं। तो लेट्स गो। तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए। वॉइस पैक आने वाला है PUBG मोबाइल में पश्तो में। सो यस मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड। माँ कवर का अलग का माँ सरा मदद का और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ, मुसलमान हूँ। मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई।
आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करें?
बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है। इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन, तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे। हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक। हाँ नहीं या लगा माँ सरा मदद होगा माँ खबर का। हाँ देर का या लगा तो पक पकार दे जमाफी वार या लगा ब्या बपा यूज़े गेम का ज़्यादा बच करम मनना माँ कवर का देर का माँ बांधे डज़ों के। So thank you PUBG मोबाइल, आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया, मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी, बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले। थैंक यू।
Hello and Assalamu alaikum everyone, my name is Shahwar Hussain and I am from team R3G. My team and I have reached top 20 in PMPL Pakistan. It's a great opportunity that has come our way and we'll make most out of it. We wish best of luck to all the teams and watch us live on all PUBG Mobile YouTube channels from March 22nd to April 17. Thank you everyone.
हेलो मेरा नाम नवाब है और मेरा इन गेम नेम TMW बिग बॉस है। मैं एज अ सपोर्टर एंड एज एन आइडियल खेलता हूँ अपनी टीम के लिए। PMPL के बारे में यही कहूँगा कि PMPL स्टेज जो है काफ़ी जितनी भी टीम है सब ऑलरेडी काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस टीमें खेल रही हैं इस टूर्नामेंट में। हमारी टीम नई टीम है, हम पहली बार खेल रहे हैं PMPL और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हम अपना बेस्ट दें और इंशाल्लाह टॉप पे फिनिश करें। सेकेंडली मैं अपने फैन से यही मेरी रिक्वेस्ट होगी कि वो लोग आएँ, हमारे मैचेस देखें, हमारा मैचेस एंजॉय करें। PUBG के ऑफिशियल पेजेस पे हमारे मैचेस लाइव आ रहे होंगे, तो आप प्लीज़ आएँ, हमें सपोर्ट करें और हम अपनी बेस्ट गेम दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality. It's our chance to reach the biggest. It's time champions. Let the action begin.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And today we jump into the final weekend, the final super weekend right here at PMPL for the Pakistan region. And again, when it comes to these teams, they have been battling it out since the past 3 weeks. But today is going to be that defining moment that these teams were waiting for, because through today, basically, we're going to be looking at the teams that will be jumping into, of course, the finals itself. With that, all of this, of course, is a huge thanks to Oppo with the new upcoming flagship smartphone, of course. That's going to be the F Pro 21. Definitely keep an eye out for that. Joining me, of course, is going to be Fixes as we take you through these 5 games, after which, of course, we will know what teams are going to be the ones playing in the finals.
Oh yeah, I mean that is what we are in here for, right? I think we've got a slight idea because the last time during the league play weeks we had to say our unfortunate goodbyes to 3x Esports and the likes of Quraysh. Now that sort of broke our heart, right? But this Super Weekend is about the competition basically between the bottom order of the table. We've got teams like TmwEsports, XGeneration, everyone eyeing to prove, and I think they've got the first hurdle is going to be Quraysh Esports, because in the second Super Weekend they sort of amassed 102 points. So if they can get more than that, then they can start dreaming, but it is not going to be easy at all.
Oh, definitely not. Again, I mean, you talk about the way these players are motivated, right? Throughout the entirety of the 3 weeks itself, what we've seen is every single league play, and then moving on to the Super Weekend, the teams were so very motivated. They were so well reversed and well versed within themselves as they tried to approach different situations, that it was just a complete 360 story or 180 story that we saw from certain teams, where they were able to jump up their gameplay level almost to 300% and more. So yes, definitely. I mean, the stakes are so very much more higher. And along with that, as we talk about the entirety of the saga, let's move on and have a look at the format altogether itself, as we have been part of this since the past 3 weeks itself. We started off, of course, with the 2 days of league play, and then moved on into the 3 days of Super Weekend. And in those Super Weekends, of course, the teams walking away with the chicken dinner would also end up getting $500 heavy in their bank accounts as well. And again, there have been many teams who were able to get back-to-back chicken dinners, who were able to get a lot of money for them, that now, apart from all that money that was accumulated, now all those groups, the 5 groups, have been brought down to these 16 teams. And today is going to be the defining moment for all 16 of them.
Oh yeah, certainly. And if you're talking about the prize money on the line, it says 1.76 crore Pakistani rupees. So that is some huge amount out there. And for every chicken dinner, of course, for the viewers out there, we've got to tell you that they're going to get $500 each. So I think, Lakshay, considering how this week really started, TUF seems to be in a blistering form, the way they've been playing. Of course, SALTxi8 consistent as ever. And I really want to see how MetershotxSKY comes out through, right? One big shocker, of course, the Super Weekend is, of course, 2 big names are not going to be playing. Of course, Team H2E and 4VTFT. But that's going to be so interesting to see, if the teams make it, if the other teams that are playing right now in the Super Weekend sort of topple them over, or is it just going to be where it was, right? But as we take a little bit of look at the squad rosters playing the Super Weekend. So SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, TmW. I think TmwEsports, our eyes are especially going to be glued at them as to how they're going to be performing, at least out of this top 4.
Definitely going to be a very important side for that team to be showcasing the perfect play that is possible to even make it, to even try and make it, because there is a difference. There is a little bit of a difference for them to try and overcome. With that, as we move on through to the next list, we do have FMxR3D, who have had an interesting league play day, is what I would say, because again, final week league play. This week number 3 is where FMxR3D as well as Regicide actually showcased a ferocious play in terms of the way the synergy was, in terms of the way they took the fights. They were just absolutely looking like they have been re-revised, in fact, is what I would say, and the way that they started and jumped into the league play. But I just hope that this being the final Super Weekend, their story continues on with that positive note. And well, let's just keep our fingers crossed for both of those teams as we move on through to the next list. On is going to be the side of the grounders, Team Star, Team QWERTY, as well as MetershotxSKY Esports. Now, this is something that Fixes did kind of mention upon as well. When it came down to MetershotxSKY's playstyle, we have seen them play very low-key, slow, safe approach, which again, nothing wrong in that. I mean, when it comes to actually delivering and taking on the charge, they do that. They have done that in the past as well, and have, of course, given us some miraculous plays and chicken dinners, stolen chicken dinners as well. Same is the case for North Esports, but on the other front, there we have XGeneration, Magnus, and then Regicide as well. So now, Regicide, this team, they have the opportunity today, as well as again the next 2 days as well, the entire 3-week affair of the Super Weekend, to be able to capitalize every single game. In total, all of these teams are going to be playing 15 games, so 5 games per day. And 15 games, again, sounds like a lot, but when you start playing one after the other consecutively, the numbers start dwindling down real quick as the Battleground take charge. Absolutely. But yep, that is going to be the story for these teams, these 16 teams. And with that, as you move on through to the overall ranking, the storyboard, as I like to call it, we do have, after 30 games, that is basically the 3 weeks that we've been part of, combined with the 2 Super Weekends that we've been part of. Again, viewers, keep in mind, not every team has actually participated in all the Super Weekends. And that itself will be indicated based on the matches that they have played. As you can see in the first match, or rather first page, my apologies there, we're looking at teams who've already played all the 30 games. So they were part of both the Super Weekends, and this is going to be their 3rd Super Weekend. Look at that 9th spot taken over by 4VTFD. I mean, again, the way this league started off, 4VTFD were not looking too convincing, but they are sitting at a very comfortable position. Look at Team H2E. Once again, as Fixes did mention, sitting at a comfortable position. But 15 games. I mean, 15 games is a huge undertaking and opportunity for the teams that are on the second page, right? From the 11th through all the way down. They have a big opportunity to be able to capitalize on this situation, because those teams, they're not playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, you know, I really have my eyes set at how Freestyle are also going to be playing, because are they still going to rely on Malik to be their Mr. Dependable to, you know, make them see the shorelines, or is it the other players also stepping up? You know, that is what I'm really interested in. Magnus Esports, you know, they start off with firecrackers, but suddenly they kind of fizzle out, right? So that has again been one of those major issues. The Grounders FMR3D did miss out on the last Super Weekend, so of course you're going to expect bigger things from their side. FMR3D did show us some signs of resurgence this time. The way, you know, especially Pika has been playing has really impressed me. They did manage to come out through, get some chicken dinners, and I'm really happy with how they progressed. But you know, they've got to sort of carry this on inside the Super Weekend as well. And what is going to be really imperative for all these teams on the bottom half of the table is get the first chicken dinner, have a good first day, because if you do so, then you're gonna you know, get off to a good start. You're gonna start feeling positive. But talking about a lot to prove, I think certainly this is one of the teams that we need to bring into the picture. JD69 and Thug clearly being those players that have been getting so many finishes for their team. So gonna expect nothing less from these lads. But yeah, I think likewise, Lakshay, they will really have to hit the pedal to the metal from the very first game.
Well, that is indeed going to be the classic approach that is going to be required on these games when it comes down to the side of this team. Now, another thing to actually bring up for XGeneration is the way that the journey has actually progressed from week 1, where they were looking a little flimsy, to week 2, where they were in control, to week 3 league play itself, where they were jumping pretty much in the center of the circle itself, pretty much in the center of the fights themselves, taking up Clarity, taking up FS, so many individual teams, and again, they were slowly but surely bringing in those numbers for their side. So XGeneration has had an interesting curve when it comes to the entire storyline that they've created, but now is going to be their moment to be able to capitalize on all the things that they've learned from the past, all the things they've learned about their opponents and the rotations, because this is a do and die opportunity, and of course there is so much that is going to be on the line. So yeah, all of these players, we certainly do keep our fingers crossed, are able to bring that sort of miraculous synergistic play for the team to be able to progress.
Oh yeah, I mean, you take a look at this particular team, right? They've sort of always been that hit or a miss kind of a team, right? There are moments when you can, when you don't really see them coming, right? They come out of nowhere, they hold on to a good position, and they suddenly go all guns blazing. You know, there are certain maps in which they really tend to thrive. So it's going to be really interesting as to how they're going to be playing. At the same time, you know, I'm going to be really interested with North Esports as well. You know, because this is one of the teams that did miss out on the first Super Weekend, so they've got some catching up to do. And I really feel, you know, the way they've started, they're gonna start their things off from 101 points, which they sort of accrued for themselves in the second Super Weekend. Again, the nearby competition will be between Regicide, XGeneration, and TMW. TMW really needs to hit it out of the park from the very first ball, because if they
Oh yes.
don't, Lakshay, they're barely sitting at 46 points, right? So
True.
now they've got to make sure that they make it at least to 100 plus by the end of the first day.
Day
So
itself,
if
right?
they
Yes.
have to do that, if they need to do that, they have to get well, a good chicken dinner at the very
True.
least.
I mean, this is going to be a resurrection story if TMW are able to capitalize on this. And I mean, this would be much more crazier than Neo getting up after getting shot so many times from Agent Smith. But again, I mean, TMW, they have the capability to do it. I mean, with Khan being present everywhere, Omnipolus, along with, of course, Reaper X and Harry and Marlega MVP as well, who we've seen in the final week of these league play days was looking really good, because he was taking on such a charge when it came down to the way the fights was being delivered. Again, he was the man who was just jumping into fights, you know, he wanted to just open up the fights. And then of course Harry was the one who was delivering in those massive blows and getting those points for the team. But overall, again, it does not matter whatever strategy they work with. Let's just hope that they are able to capitalize upon it, because it's going to be critical as they're sitting on that 20th position, right, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, way below, and it's the rock bottom, right? So it is going to be very important for you know, teams like TMW today to really pick up the pace. And yeah, I think they showed some signs of promises during the third league play day. So I'm clearly hoping better things from their side. One of the bigger issues, Lakshay, what I've really felt is the fact that they haven't really been able to survive for quite a longer time, right? I think survivability has always been one of their primary issues. They get wiped out pretty early on. So initially, you know, right now I would be saying baby steps, take baby steps, you know, try and play the circle center, try to, you know, play as safe as possible. But no, I think they do not have that luxury. They have to go all guns blazing. They will have to recover all the points that they certainly can, because if they don't, and you know, still playing this Super Weekend, and if they don't qualify, then that's going to be such a huge heartbreak, right? It feels as if it's a slot wasted.
Absolutely, that is definitely true indeed, and that is something that again they also realize. I mean, the way that they played in this final league play day itself, it was looking like the team knows exactly what is on the stake, even though the team was sitting at the bottom of that totem pole itself. Again, I mean, we did not see them play like that. You know, their spirits were up, their synergy was up, their aggression was up, and it was on point as well. So the skill delivering along with the mindset, and that is just to push on forth no matter how hard the obstacle is something that is, if nothing else, something to learn from. You know, you need to have that positive mindset, first things first, and then take on whatever Herculean task that you're defined with and take it on headstrong. So the team is doing that. Let's just hope that their heads are strong enough to be able to just skim through that. But yeah, like you said, it is going to be very difficult, because the kind of synergistic play that you're talking about, you know, it is not an easy one, especially considering how dominating these teams have been. Every single week we've had a different set of teams just completely reigning in over the storyboard and bringing in a completely different 180-degree different approach to their playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, a team like this right in front of us, MetershotxSKY, a very interesting prospect. In the first Super Weekend, they suddenly started to impress us, you know, got a lot of chicken dinners, got a lot of points for themselves in the first few days. Then they kind of fizzled out. In the second Super Weekend, however, we did kind of come in to see and witness that Erangel supremacy, which is clearly, you know, displayed in that little head-to-head statistic that we do have. And I think they've aged like fine wine. I think they've been doing pretty well. I really feel that these boys have a really bright future up ahead. And you know, the first week was, I think, for all of them, for this particular team, very ideal, right? Something like when you kind of get into the big leagues, you kind of try to take things slow. But what we really saw in the second week was a more polished version of how they wanted to approach, right? They were being very methodical, very systematic. They waited, they play around the edges, they've been doing that outright perfect. But along with that, Lakshya, this is where, the improvement really comes up. They're getting a lot of finishes as well. So getting chicken dinners, they were the first team in the PMPL Pakistan to get the first Erangel hat-trick chicken dinner. They've been getting so much. They've been getting so much, to be honest. And I think I've got some really high hopes from this team in the finals also, because I'm pretty certain they're gonna head there. But I think a few areas that they can really work out on, Lakshya, is their Miramar and Sanhok game, for sure.
True. Definitely true indeed. Because again, when you try and look onto the Erangel maps, and along with the synergy and the strategy that they've been playing with, it's been a very laid back attitude from the side of the initial few rounds, or zones rather, when it comes to the side of MetershotxSKY, and that is something that I'm sure the other teams in the lobby have noticed, but they haven't really capitalized on that position and situation as well. So I don't know, somewhere along the line, I do definitely support MetershotxSKY, but I also believe, or rather want to believe, that the other teams that are in the lobby, they're not foolish. They have been looking at exactly what MetershotxSKY have been doing, and so now it is going to be that much more critical for the other teams to completely stop MetershotxSKY's, at least the playstyle that they've got, the strategy that they've got for those late rotations and just sticking out in the blue zone for too long. Because if they're given that, that is their comfort zone, and they're definitely going to be delivering and getting some really good high fragging games.
Oh yeah, and for the viewers out there, this is a live item drop exclusively for you guys. All you've got to do is just chill and wait and watch the stream till the very end, because there's gonna be a secret code that keeps on that will be popping during the breaks, during the matches. We're not gonna reveal that to you, but you've got to keep your eyes out for that. And if you get the code, make sure you get inside your game and redeem it, right? Free ARM skins, and well, considering the fact that ARM has lately been one of the most disgusting weapons, completely broken, I think a lot of people would want to flex those skins. And I like the color, both the color combinations, the pink one and even the black and green.
Absolutely. But again, I mean, that gun is it is just so very needing for a buff, but we shall see if that ends up happening or not. But overall, when it comes down to the day that is in store for us, we've got 5 games, as was discussed earlier. Starting right off the bat, we are going to be looking at Erangel. But another thing that is going to be changing, especially when it comes to the Super Weekends, of course, is that 4th game, where every single time that 4th game takes us to the map of Sanhok. And well, today is no different as well. But one thing that of course is very different is this is going to be the final Super Weekend for these teams. And with that done and taken care of, it is going to be Erangel, where we'll be jumping into right off the bat for the first game. And based on the stats that we've seen earlier, again, all of these teams, they are highly frag capable. Definitely there's possibility for any team to get that chicken dinner. All of them are motivated. All of them know exactly what is on the stake and what is on the line. But also, all of that combines us towards this one question, or speculation rather, is what I would say. That, all right, yes, you might have zone locations perfectly set up for you. Yes, you might have individual areas that will not be contested for you, like MetershotxSKY, like so many others. But in the end, the zone is the defining factor for the battleground and which way that fight will be dictated. Many times we've seen zone looking comfortable, teams like FS, or for that matter even SALTxi8 caliber sort of team are looking comfortable, and the zone will completely move away from them, move on down towards 52x Rage or somebody else altogether, Quantum Rage and whatnots, right? I mean, NES as well for that matter. So yeah, these teams are going to have to be over aggressive in those sort of opportunities, just like SALTxi8 were in that Miramar map that I'm remembering right now, where the zone completely moved south of them, and they still capitalized the game. They still were able to jump in with just a 3-man army, absolutely penciling down whatever position they thought the opponent was in. So yeah, this is a game, or rather the upcoming games are going to be such where the teams, they're going to have their attention span increased quite a lot further, I would say.
Oh, they certainly have to. And that being said, Lakshya, I think it's time. It's game on, as all these players are, set apart in their favorite playing poses. Do let us know which one do you like, or rather, let's just head in inside the first game of the evening. Bear my voice, ladies and gentlemen, just under the weather, you know, having a flu. But hopefully should be fine, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Yasnaya Polyana towards Sosnovka military base, we do find the teams that will tend to drop towards the western side, having a little bit of difficulties. And this is exactly the point when you where you know you should anticipate your plan Bs and plan Cs to come into fruition.
Okay, this is definitely a different flight path than all the others that we've seen. It seems like it is definitely going to be an interesting day right off the bat in the first game itself. The flight path looking very nominal. The flight path looking very much okay. But what is going to be the zone's dictation for this fight? And I'm just being told that we are actually looking at a rehost right now. The game definitely seems to have had a little bit of a hiccup, as this is again a very important week. The teams do need to get their opportunity, and of course they all need to have that fair and square opportunity. So we are definitely going to be providing that. We're going to be allowing a different game to be hosted once again, so that all the players are in that comfort zone. You know, the day is just starting off. You do not want to have a team jump in with just a 3-man squad, or even a 2-man army, where they right off the bat, you know, the motivation kind of just drops low, and it's just like, okay, so here we go, I guess.
You know what?
It's just not right. Yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you know, when you are under the weather, when you're actually sick, you know, really interesting thoughts come into your head. Taking a look at this arena, have you ever realized that we've got so many identical viewers looking at us? You know, the ones especially in the orange jacket, rather the yellow jacket. There's so many of them. And then you suddenly find the ones in the school dress with that helmet on, and it's everybody there. So I mean, a little weird, but yeah, I mean, just some lame things to point out.
Hey, fix this. Dude, that's no. Hold on. So I've actually spoken about this earlier as well during our league play as well as the League 2 days, right? And
Yeah.
I have actually spoken about this in such a wonderful way, I would say, because the viewers that we've got, the virtual viewers in the arena are there, but they're all there only because we've actually got fans who are sitting in front of their computer screens and, of course, the mobile phones right now, right? And
Alright.
these people are representing them. So the more people we get chatting in IRL, the more of these virtual arena is going to get fulfilled. And again, more of those logos of these teams are going to be showcased because, well, this team is getting that much more love from IRL fans.
Wow, I mean, technology, Lakshay, has gone
Exactly.
way too ahead. Now, who would have thought, you know, it is sort of getting replicated? And what are you waiting for? The stadium looks like it could do with a few more seats, few more, you know, or a few more of your friends. So don't forget to get everyone inside the chat, because it's of course the final Super Weekend. It's bound to get out of control. It's bound to get really mad over here, because you know, all these teams, the ones especially that know that they're qualifying for the finals, they're gonna play without any pressure, and that is going to be
Exactly.
for all the top 8 teams that we do have, right? They're kind of in the safe zone. They know that they're qualifying into the finals, and this is where they're gonna play with no regrets, as if there's no tomorrow, right? We're gonna see a lot of aggressive players, or maybe they could just go for chicken dinners, right? Few extra money, $500, almost equals to 88,000 Pakistani rupees. So yeah, I mean, clearly this is the point where, you know, you sort of have to get into the groove, get yourself some finishes, get yourself that chicken dinner, and yeah, that's the road for glory for these Pakistani teams.
Absolutely, but they're going to have to capitalize on those situations, right? Where again, in the past, this league play, the third week's league play days that we were part of, we did see, well, some really chaotic fights that took place right off the bat in the first 4 minutes of the game itself, where things just absolutely were like, what exactly is happening? Where the teams were dropping into their known drop locations, but there were just some early contestations that nobody could have anticipated. And now, once again, these teams are, of course, in the final crux of this PMPL right here for our Pakistan region, and it is going to be so very critical and crucial, as I said earlier as well, where their attention span, their attention to their awareness, their what is the word? Auditory awareness, basically, is what I'm referring to, right? The audio cues that you get from the environment itself, they have to be on hyper alert to be able to just get that information as soon as possible and then relay it to your teammates so that you are ready and set. Even if it's just one opponent player who you can hear a little bit like scuffling across, you want your teammates to know, you want to be able to create that flank, because you don't know, maybe there are more players. And again, I mean, like I said, it is going to get tougher and tougher, because 5 games back to back you're going to be playing with barely 5 minutes break in between, 10 minutes break in between. So yeah, the mental capacity, of course, is going to be tested for these players.
Oh, it certainly will be. But taking a look at this flight path trajectory, not a lot has changed, but a little bit more room for the teams. At least the likes of Magnus to at least head out towards their respective drop location. That is going to be Gatka. But for now, XGeneration, QWERTY, they're all going to take a plunge over here as TMW. I believe they're going to be capitalizing on the fact that 4VTFT are not going to be playing with us. So ideally, we have seen them dropping off as far as Kameshki and Saki. But this time, they've made sure that they kind of try to take someone else's drop location and then loot and move ahead from here on. But the only issue, Blotter, I really feel with this sort of a decision is that you've got to practice that rotation a lot, and I don't think they've done that quite often, and that is going to create so much trouble, right? Especially while rotating, because they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5 teams around. But the good thing is that they do not have to rotate a long way, because the zone that has been formed is almost near around them only.
Exactly indeed. So that will be a really good turn of events for them, of course. And as we move on through to the other side of this map, where we are looking at I am looking at the grounders, it is going to be FS that is very close to them. Once again, very much a default known path for both of those teams as they drop down, love to actually drop down towards that area. But I am kind of concerned about how Clarity are planning on doing this. Many a times we've actually seen them drop down towards this very pure region and then get into vehicles and drive all the way to Giorgio and get their loot segregated. So that is something that very much is an opening for the side of Clarity. But one thing they're going to have to be again careful of is the fact that they're getting away from the zone, right? The sooner you get into the zone, the better chances are that you'll find a compound that is not yet taken. So you can very well get your flank set up, you can get your entire team properly synergized and just easily waiting and chilling across. Whereas when you try and make those late rotations, the pressure level actually does go up a little bit, as well as the rotation is going to be the most critical thing. And that is something that, well, again, I mean, we've actually seen the side of SALTxi8 in week number 1 fall down to just that reason. That was late rotation and then getting caught off guard. And right now, it seems like Vasi from the side of Freestyle is going to probably get caught off guard. Not entirely sure if he even knows that there is a team, and 2 of those players, actually, the opponent players, who are in his vicinity as they drop down and through the parachutes. They must have noticed. Not entirely sure what Vasi's up to, but yeah, some ouch moments right here for the lad.
It's a cat and mouse chase going on as TUM.
Exactly.
They're just trying to hunt him down. But for now, they're going to take the safer approach, wait for all the teammates to come chiming in. But where's the freestyle cavalry? That's what I'm really worried about, as Vasi all by his lonesome held on for so long, but could not really even inflict a scratch upon the players of TUF, as Edgar and Virus will have no troubles whatsoever, as Freestyle, again, very lousy start inside the game, not the kind of a start that they would have wanted. But again, this is one of those starts that we've also seen in the past, right? This has always been one of their primary issues, that they send their players, to draw loot all by their lonesome. And it's not just the first time that one of their players has been picked off early on. That has been happening time and again, and I believe this has not been fixed yet.
True that, of course. For that, now we have MetershotxSKY. I rather had MetershotxSKY on our screens in school apartment region. Very close to them, we can see towards Rozhok actually. Much closer to Rozhok, and anyways, is going to be the side of FMxR3D as well. And we're looking at a pretty low-key start, in so some would say, but that is acceptable definitely, because this is just the first few minutes of the game. Once again, these teams have been playing amongst each other, against each other for the past 3 weeks, so they do kind of know what to anticipate, at least in the first few minutes of the game. But in all of that, the X Factor scenario that I'm looking at, or team that I'm looking at, is from the side of Team Star. So Team Star actually do love to go north and then make that rotation, but this time around, based on the zone, they've actually decided to stick in through in the center of the zone itself. So maybe an aggressive stance is what we could see from the side of Team Star, and that wouldn't be too much out of the bag, pretty much, because that is the way that we've seen Team Star play as well. So as of now, once again, a very comfortable zone, as well as the rotation from these teams. But in just a few minutes time, all of that is going to change, of course, because they are going to have to take fights, and as they start taking on those fights, we will get a better understanding of what team is going to be standing true and tall and getting that the first game in their bag. But as of now, that's too early to predict or even anticipate, because they're all just chilling, they're all just having a fun time, nothing to worry about, all of them so far away from each other in their own little cocoons, so to say.
I mean, right now, to be honest, Laksha, I'm really interested to see how teams like MetershotxSKY, how teams like North Esports are going to be performing, considering the fact that you've got Regicide on Milta for MetershotxSKY, and for North, we've got FMR3D. So, having an opponent team on just right beside you is going to be a little bit, challenging. Because the last Super Weekend where we really saw North Esports and MetershotxSKY play out of their minds in their maps of Erangel, that was quite pertaining to the fact that Regicide was not blocking the Nova Bridge. For
Right.
MetershotxSKY, they always got that route clear for them, and the same goes for North Esports, where they did not have a lot of trouble coming in from that Rozhok area. So a lot of freedom, a lot to loot around. So that is something that we could see them. But this week, it's going to be a real test as to how they're going to be performing when circumstances are a little not in their favor. But regardless, I mean, SALTxi8 again, one of the team that is not competing with the teams inside this lobby. Rather, they have a competition with their own self as North Esports. While they were traversing around, a few bullet shots coming at their direction by the players of XGeneration. Really, for early rotate, dropping off at somewhere around the prison. I think holding on to this little compound, I think it's going to provide some good cover for them. And for now, I think XGeneration could do with some good position points.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, when it came down to the way X Generation have played this third week's league play days, they are very much improved in terms of the way they've taken those fights compared to the week number 1 league play days. So I am going to not necessarily worry about the side of this team, apart from the fact that, look at that. I mean, they are playing an aggressive streak, and they're wanting to do so because, again, those points, they want to be able to get the best of the best positions. They want to be able to get the best of the best fights, and of course that will mean their confirmation as they move into the finals itself, with again massive prize pool, 1 crore 76 lakhs, right? Fixes.
Yeah.
That is a huge undertaking, and right before that itself, right now you get a chicken dinner, you've got $500 in the bank itself. So definitely all of these teams, oh wow, this is a good team to actually talk about. Regicide, a team that has had a perfect, I wouldn't really say comeback story right now, because I don't want to jinx it. But I want to believe that this team, the way they played this, once again, this third week's league play days, the team was looking very much in form. I mean, Johnny, Octo, all insane. They all just completely shown to the occasion and were not deterred from whatever the opponent threw at them. But once again, a one-time pony is all right, but they're at a critical position as well when it comes to the storyboard. So for them to get game after game after game in their favor is the only way that we can see Regicide move on forth.
Oh yeah, I mean they will have to. They will have to throw the entire kitchen sink out of the window. Everything that they've
Everything,
got,
yes.
basically they have to display that, right? Because to be honest, again, you've got to sort of anticipate a really good kind of performance from this team. And I think they have been going through a tough time, right? Or even off the game. So it's going to be interesting as to how they are going to perform. But God Fury finds an initial knock onto its Maxi as FMR3D's Hassan just drops off, takes a fight against Sirius as both the players get knocked out. Anubis providing that quintessential cover fire over there as Sirius is gonna meet his makers as the remainder of the teammates from Quantum Rage are gonna come into the picture right now with Anubis getting taken down. Of course, you've got a few other players also chiming in. Quantum Rage wants to get this fight done with, wants to get that revenge secured as Sparky is driving through the buggy amongst the players as he intends to open up his ADS. That was a really, really bad decision that he made over there, but FMR3D somehow have held on to their horses. All their players still alive, Lakshay.
Oh, yes, they are. Definitely are. And that is going to be a good sigh of relief for the side of FMxR3D and their fans, of course, as well, as we were anticipating the team to be able to take some good fights. Right now, they definitely have showcased that they are in top form and they are going to be delivering some massive holes and blows to their opponents. And look at that. With that, we move on to another team altogether, and that's going to be the side of Team Star, who this time around have been caught off guard. Magnus also getting into a very difficult position, but it seems like one-man army Cairo is going to be able to completely stop Team Star in their tracks, and it could be also thanks to a little bit of comfort from the side of NorthEsports. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure if NorthEsports actually got out of the shelter or not, but they are also in the vicinity, simply put. So maybe they also had a little bit of a small hand or a pinky to play in this fight. But overall, Magnus, thanks to Cairo, will still be able to hold strong and still retain the position in this game. With that, 15 teams remaining. One team has been eliminated. Along with that, it definitely clearly showcases that, yep, NorthEsports were part of it. Avenger OP did fall down to that fight that took place right there. But overall, again, they're still 3-man strong and pushing on along. They are going to hopefully try and get some. Okay, I was just working towards placement points, but it seems like they're working towards aggression and retaliation for their teammate Avenger OP.
I think that this has been North Esports in their natural element, right? You talk about North Esports, they've been looking to get a lot aggressive, try and get as many finishes as possible. As we speak of, the second airdrop did come in, the MG3, the weapon that everybody should be scared of inside this lobby. As we're gonna wait for that next little shift. A lot of traffic around the center area. Maxi spotting out Cairo, spraying at his direction, not really connecting. I'm rather surprised, but more surprising is going to be this radical circle shift up all the way up towards the northeastern side, where teams like Clarity, teams like FMR3D would be wanting to move in pretty early. 52x Rage already has a good position situated in Lipovka, and for Team QWERTY, I think they're just playing around the little compounds around Lipovka. So it's going to be important as to how these teams play and perform, as Mom2 a little bit fearful of the fact that his vehicle might just get blown up, as Clarity come in and take the very important squad house right beside Mansion.
Well, and right next to them is, of course, going to be the side of FMxR3D, as both these teams jump in to be the new tenants of this arena. Will they be allowed to stand true alongside their neighbors, is what the question will be for Clarity, as well as, of course, FMxR3D, where FMxR3D are very much trying to be resilient, but is Clarity up to the task? Because, again, we've seen a little bit of a downfall in terms of the aggressiveness that Clarity moved in along with, and with that, on the other side of the game, okay, never mind. We did have 52x Rage taking a shots again, Metershot, but right now it is going to be Clarity just jumping on to the opportunity and delivering some blows and leads to the faces of FMxR3D, where one of their players, Sanhok, has already been killed to the cause. Anubis is down. Down are two players. Two players is what FMxR3D are left with, and Clarity, I mean, this is just a walk in the park for them, this fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, you've got to understand the Clarity was the first team that made it over here, and Rollin securing his hands on that MG3. That is exactly the kind of a gun that you would want in such a high-stake lobby like this. If you remember about how Clarity performed during the league play, it was pretty average. It was pretty meh.
Exactly,
Because
exactly.
up until the very last game that they got some really nice finishes going in for them. But yeah, Clarity has a lot to prove right now, to themselves and their fans as well. And this is a good start. Taking down 2 players of FMR3D is not a good sign for FMR3D either. But what we can see is another clash breaking down at Lipovka with 52x Rage and MetershotxSKY. We'll get back to that a little bit later, because right now FMR3D, they're the ones now. They're gonna engage against the players of Clarity. Now Shaw just prone all by his lonesome. Now what is going to be really interesting is to see whether Clarity are going for the hunt, because had I been in that position, it is certainly doable, right? It's a 2v4. You've got extra 2 men in your favor. But look at that, TMW going up against SALTxi8. That is really interesting.
Oh yes, it definitely is, and again, very, very crucial as well. But SALTxi8, they are the ones who seem to be delivering some blows to the faces of TMW, where 2 of the players have already been knocked. But SALTxi8 also seems to have gotten a little bit of a damaging situation, is where they are at. Both of them stuck in the blues, but TMW, now it is going to be Khan's position to take this fight, to try and push SALTxi8 against this position. And it is not going to be an easy one, because the blue zone is also catching up to all these players. And in all that, when you talk about SALTxi8, I completely missed the fact that SALTxi8 also did end up getting a lot of damage, and they are down to this 1-man army who will not be able to stand true. Khan will be able to deliver a punch to the gut of SALTxi8 as they get eliminated. And with that, Regicide also looking pretty comfortable taking on FS's players. 2 elimination points confirmed for the side of Regicide. Decent play as of now. 13 teams remaining, and just a few minutes ago we did see 52x Rage take on shots against the players of MetershotxSKY as the rotation was being made, and it seems like Magnus Metershot, my apologies, is down to a 3-man army as of now. But what exactly is the case for 52x Rage? As of now, we do have Zen right in front of us, but where are his teammates? If you look onto the mini-map, they are spread out thin across Lipovka.
Don't tell me they're playing as a 3-man squad. I mean, this is...
Oh, they are, dude. Oh, wow.
This is bizarre,
Wow.
really, because in the Super Weekends, at least, you've got to make sure that you've got your playing 4 at the very least. Otherwise, use a few substitutes, because I do not understand what could be more important right now.
True, right?
than the matches over here, as now Zen a little bit on the back foot, but we'll have a fight against Kian, and Kian does succeed. Not gonna finish, secured. 52x Rage in a little bit of trouble over here, as MetershotxSKY, instantly after getting that finish, they're gonna get themselves out of this place, because I believe they're making a run for the circle. They want to find a good area for them, because the zone has been shifting along that mansion area, right? Magnus find themselves in a very, very interesting spot on that little bit of a plateau, where you do have a squad house to play around of. So it's going to be interesting to see how Magnus can play and win this one. But there's still a chance that Clarity can also capitalize, as the grounders now in contention against the players of MetershotxSKY. In fact, it's going to be Kian, as Sensi2 has already started cooking up his grenade. Shapatar lobs it out. Is it in the right direction, as Helsi steps out of his vehicle just to get taken down by Shapatar, as Khatir from the backlines will get the trade.
Well, what a crazy fight this has turned out to be between these 2 teams. But in all of that, now we also do have TMW getting eliminated, a team that was looking on to make some mark right here in this lobby. But the first game itself not definitely favoring them. But on the other side, as we move on to the fights themselves, Metershot, of course, are still very much alive, as they have their numbers dwindling definitely. From 4, they're down to a 2-man squad, but they are bringing in some decent damage to the lobby as well. They've been able to eliminate 1 player and get the 1 point, but apart from that, they've damaged a lot of players and positions and rotations as well. So that is going to be definitely commendable approach from MetershotxSKY's day. But 52x Rage, I mean, this team, they almost have, I don't know, some sort of a vendetta against MetershotxSKY right now, because they are just, since the past 5 to 10 minutes, absolutely hammering the position of MetershotxSKY, no matter where they're at. A couple of minutes ago, we saw them in the compound. Now, based on the zone, they moved away to try and get into the zone itself. But who is there stopping them in the tracks? It's 52x Rage. And of course, along with that, Metershot, even though they're just a 2-man army, they are trying to take on some fights. They have one side, of course, 52x Rage. The other side, it is going to be the Grounders, who absolutely are looking not so good because they're also a two-man squad. But the one thing favoring them is going to be the advantage of the compound. But something that's not favoring either of these two teams is the blue zone is going to be catching up to them in just 15 seconds.
Oh, it is indeed, and quite an interesting circle ending around that mansion area. TUF, well, they went off to a really good start. Got Wasi down, but ever since just those two finishes, and that's just about it. Now Thor, he's got to protect himself over here as Virus is sort of knocked out, and FMR3D. They do not really want to leave cover because that is going to be some hefty commitment. But Teen Wolf and Zibian get the better out of Kian as MetershotxSKY not so good while rotating this time around, which is caught off guard as the same fate awaits Khatir, already taken some massive amount of damage. As 420 Boy will be spotting out TUF's Joker. Does fire a few bullets at his direction, but to no avail, does not connect.
Well, this is turning into quite a chaotic fight right here in this fifth zone where many of these teams are in the open. They moved into the zone a little bit early, and of course for the side we do have TUF standing true and tall as they take on the fights and the shots as they've got the information and they've got the comfort of the zone. Same is the case for the side of Clarity as well, as they have been able to deliver some crazy blows to the faces of their opponents. 8 almost eliminations confirmed for the side, as we can clearly see Teen Wolf is going to be damaging the rotations of, again, XGeneration. They tried, but yeah, the teams who made that early rotation are definitely absolutely capitalizing their positions, and they're getting those elimination points for their side. As we did see a couple of minutes ago, the TUF was doing the exact same thing, but now as their player has been knocked, it is 52 X-Rage's one player, Pharaoh, the only player who's damaging again and again based on those nades, and it seems like he will... Okay, never mind. No, he will. He still will be able to get both of them. Exactly. This is just one-man army who has been able to bring such amazing control in that fight. But again, third parties is what you are going to get greeted with as you move into these latter part of the zones. And yep, I think it was FMxR3D who got that third party against that player.
Oh, he certainly did. And I think it was Pika from inside that mansion compound. But QWERTY, right beside them lies Nocto, bloodied and battered up as the zone shifts away from mansion. Now this is where I think this is clearly Clarity's game to win. All they've got to do is just play the cards right, as Nocto, he's been brought back up, but the smoke seems to dissipate as Nocto is going to ensure that he blocks off QWERTY's vision. At least the players should not be able to fire at his direction while he needs to heal himself up, as yet another grenade comes in as Gravity gets taken down by Maxi. Wolverine will try to provide the support fire from the back lines, but for now he's got to drop enough smokes to make sure that they can get Gravity back into the scenario. As now NorthEsports, they're still alive, with a few of the players. I think with 2 of them remaining surviving right now, as 420 Boy, he's also gonna dish help from up above from a really good cover that he has, as Wolverine, he's just struggling, right, laying down right in the open, not just being spotted from one directions, but from multiple angles he's being shot at.
Yep, that is true. 16 remaining, 15 players alive, and right off the bat, we do have TUF. As soon as they saw a little bit of a hope to be able to get into the zone, they did, and they got that much more closer. And not only that, but they got their aggressive streak working for them. But once again, it is Clarity jumping into the opportunity to take on those third-party positions, and it is none other than Teen Wolf from the side of Clarity, who has been so very much in control of the fights because he's got the information and he knows where these teams are at and what sort of rotation can they very well try. And of course, that's being predicted very easily from Teen Wolf and his experience. And on the other front, that actually has helped out NorthEsports' player right here, Zamin, who absolutely will be able to get at least one elimination point. And in that doing so, Team TUF, who made an aggressive push right there, have been pincered down thanks to Teen Wolf's approach in that fight. And in the end, it is NorthEsports is that one final player who will get the upper edge. But again, he's one final player. So a tough luck situation for NorthEsports as well in that fight.
Oh yeah. And at this point, yeah, they've got no
Oh, wow.
really, and they just have to hope, Lakshay, that the zone kind of shifts towards them, which could be a
Dude.
very far-fetched possibility.
I'm so sorry. I'm just looking at the teams that are surviving. I mean, Clarity, we were talking about how their performance kind of dwindled down, but it seems like we're in this final weekend. This is looking really good. But not only them, look at R3D, FMxR3D looking completely secure in terms of the way that they've been able to hold the ground for themselves, right? They've got Regicide, we've got Esports, and then there's QWERTY. QWERTY, I mean, all right, they're here, they're there. It does not, all right, it does matter because they were just able to eliminate Esports. But again, I mean, all the teams that we were talking about, they are delivering some very synergistic play right off the first game.
Oh, they certainly are, and this is something that we absolutely love. And I think it is going to be such an important game for teams like R3D and Regicide, right? Because,
Exactly, yes.
they have a lot to prove, right? Now, especially for teams like Regicide, because R3D still find themselves in a good position. But for teams like Regicide, a lot of eyebrows had already been raised as to how they've been performing. But for now, we've got to see how can FMR3D make their movement as Wolverine gets finished off, as QWERTY bite the dust, as the final three teams remain, and the zone shifts into a no man's land. And I think it is FMR3D that are the nearest to it, but Drawling being very smart, just making sure flattening out their tires. Zibyan, I really felt that he was the one who would be providing that cover fire, but instead gets taken down by Pika. Steve Wolf did think of trying to come in and give him the revive, but he knows that he's got a job to do. You've got to cut your losses, as 420 Boy will now take his own sweet revenge. But Johnny from afar gets Teen Wolf, and Teen Wolf has no idea as to where that came from.
Well, now it's an equalized fight. Now it's a really equalized fight between the teams that are surviving and remaining, right? We've got 3 teams still surviving. We had 4 numbers advantage working in the side of Clarity as they made that rotation. Not so much the case because it's only Drawlin who's all left by his lonesome. But that's not it at all. As we look on to the live rank, and we've got 3 players surviving. 2 players coming in from the side of Regicide and 1-man army. That's going to be Drawlin. But who shall get the better half of this fight? Who shall get this chicken dinner? Is it going to be Regicide or is it going to be Drawlin? Of course, both these teams know exactly where they're at, but the blue zone is catching up to Drawlin, and this is where things could maybe get tricky for him. But this is just perfectly set up. The tree could be his savior in this fight, but again, the numbers advantage not favoring him, so a tricky situation. But there is still hope, there is still possibility.
Oh yeah, and at this point, Drawlin might consider trying his chance at the Chipko movement, if you remember.
Right.
Very historic.
Exactly. Yep.
But for now, I believe the tree is not really favoring him, but it's going to be Drawlin who gets the knock onto it. Johnny now against Nocto in that 1v1 situation, does have the cover. It is just out as a smoke, and I do not know if that's a boon for Drawlin. Little bit of a cover. Maybe Nocto's original intentions were to kind of try and reposition himself as he spots out Drawlin, takes a dig at him. But still not completely able to take him down. But the grenade just missing by Whiskers, does some hefty amount of damage though. But this is all Drawlin has to play around, right? Drawlin has to make some movements, because if Johnny gets that revive back up, then it is clearly not going to help their chances. But seems like Drawlin does not want to advance, rather would try and change his position. And this was the golden opportunity that Drawlin needed to really capitalize, because now he's been spotted with nowhere to run and hide, but still has a really good cover to play around with. Needs to be very careful while peeking from this particular rock. Instead, play zone gets the better out of him. We'll get the finish, and it's Johnny, the last player surviving, as Drawlin clutches it out for Team Clarity, making sure they get their hands on those $500 prize money. What a play coming in from this lad of patience. Absolutely paying off. But for Team Regicide, they had this in the bag almost just to throw it around in the final moments.
Absolutely, dude. And again, taking us back to the way Drawlin moved away from that crate, right? And he's still, you were asking for him to be able to push along because that was the moment and opportunity, which definitely was. But also, a bigger mind play game was to reposition yourself, and that's exactly what he did. And not only that, right? He had planned it out. he knew that he will not be able to get up and get out of that cover without giving away information. So he stayed low, stayed crouched, and moved away slowly. And then 50% along the way, jumped up, went straight for the rock, got that cover, and then again it was just like easy shooting, easy picking. At one point in time, it was Drolan who was being harassed by that blue zone, and then in the later half of the fight, we just saw it was Regicide not looking too good. But boy, oh boy, this has been a really good start, a really good momentum that is going to be rolling across the entirety of the day, I hope.
Oh, certainly, especially for a team like Regicide, as they have Miramar coming up next. Their absolutely favorite map. They've got the majority of the chicken dinners in this particular map. So it's going to be really interesting. We're going to talk a lot about what happened in Erangel, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
You're back. Our faces are back for just a few more minutes before we jump into game number 2 of the day. And again, I mean, right here we are in the final super weekend of the Pakistan region PMPL. And it is, of course, all thanks to Oppo, along with this amazing smartphone that is going to be the official support of this PMPL right here for Pakistan region. That is upcoming. That's going to be released. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fixers. 11th of April. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oppo. Yep. F21 Pro is going to be out in the market, so definitely keep a keen eye out for that thing, because it is going to be definitely changing the way the game is going to be played. With that, as we move on through, first game done, 4 games remaining. Erangel definitely Fixes was a good start for these teams, at least for a few of them. As we were talking about Regicide, we were talking about of course FMxR3D, we were talking about North Esports. They've all had a really good start.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, Team Clarity just absolutely bamboozling everyone, and it all had to come down to how the circle really panned down towards the end. As we take a look at the MVP in this particular game, and it is going to be 420 Boy again, the golden boy for Team Clarity, shining it along. But yeah, I think we can't really take the credit away from Drolan, right? Had he not survived, had he not clutched it out in that 1v2 situation, I think things could have been otherwise. You know, they would not be $500 richer.
That is very true, of course. That is very, very true, because that was a critical key moment of the game where, well, again, Drolan stood up true to his skill and held down not only one, but 2 of the players all by his lonesome, and thus got a chicken dinner for his team, along with, of course, the $500 in the bank. So definitely the players are going to be really, really happy and very proud to have him call as a teammate. On the other front, as we move on through, we do have Pika coming in from the side of FMxR3D on the 3rd spot of the top players list, along with TUF's Joker and Regicide's Johnny. So a good start, a good start, but let's just hope that the side of FMxR3D as well as Regicide are able to keep up this sort of a play style throughout the game, throughout the entirety of the day. It's not necessary for you to be able to get a chicken dinner. It's not necessary for you to always get the highest number of frag points for yourself. A decent combination of placement points, of elimination points, and you are sorted. You are still moving and chugging along, and that is what is going to matter in the longer run. Well, again, I shouldn't really say the longer run, because they've actually reached that exclamation point and now they're overstretching, you know. So it's a little more trickier based on the statistics itself, but hey, nobody's said it's wrong to hope for the best, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, you're gonna be dreamers out there, but taking a look at QWERTY Esports and Regisight's head-to-head statistical comparison, clearly we could witness, two different styles of play being put on the board. We had QWERTY; they did rotate around pretty early and went on and took that mansion squad house. Then one after the other, they started piling up a lot of frags for their team, and that is how 420 boy managed to get 7 finishes out there. As a result, turned out to be the MVP, but he was just not the only one doing the job,
Right.
right? It was also his teammates, Bjorn, Teal Wolf, Rollin. It's a pure QWERTY show that you could clearly see from here, as everyone was just performing out of the minds. And towards the end, I mean, we did see the players of FMxR3D also coming in. Regicide did come in late to the party. They kind of came out in the open, and towards the end, I personally felt, if the res goes back up, and that is the end of the road for Rollin. He's not going to be able to do much, but I was still at the same time really shocked as to the fact that Rollin just clutched it out, had the perfect weapon, had found the perfect rock actually over there, and that was some
Right.
really smart thinking as we take a look at the match rankings. And well, a really good start, I must say, for FMR3D and Regicide, but
Boy.
can't say the same for TMW and XG. TMW especially, considering they've just managed to get 4 finishes, Lakshay, which puts them at 50 points, and with 14 more games to go, they've got to make sure that this week at least they get 100 points for them.
That is true. That is true. But I mean, you spoke about all the wonderful things that happen in the game, right? And now I'm gonna bring our attention to the bottom of that leaderboard. Did you see there? You had Quantum Rage, you had Freestyle, you had SALTxi8. I mean, the teams that are looking so very good in terms of the overall ranking when it came down to it is not going to be the start to the day that they would have anticipated. But again, I mean, there's still, like you so perfectly mentioned, 14 games that they have the opportunity to be able to capitalize upon. On the other front, looking at the rotations being made, look at that again. This is something that we were talking about as well, as they moved on from the ferry pier, got into vehicles, and then straight off went down to the Georgia region where they got their loot, and that is what gave them the boost to jump in. Pretty much not necessarily at the edge, but of course pretty much in the center to get the area control and the information. And once they did, then of course we saw in the game itself, they were popping off a lot of heads based on the compound that they found there.
Yeah, I mean, that was the dream compound that they could potentially own, but that was not just rounded, right? The real class was visible when the circle kind of shifted away from them, especially in this particular shift, which sort of favored teams like FMR3D and Team Regicide. But still, despite the fact they did take a few losses out there, but they still managed to clutch it out through, which is, I must say, a really impressive thing, considering the downfall of QWERTY during the league play days, and suddenly this little resurgence, getting things started up with a chicken dinner into this
Right.
super weekend. I think that is exactly what they could hope for at this point.
True, very, very, very true, of course. And again, as we talk about every single before the game and after the game, every single time we talk about it, that yep, it's all going to be based on the momentum that will start streamloading, and that definitely for this first game was in favor of QWERTY, and they were, even with just a one-man army, were able to capitalize, and that was again the momentum and the amount of elimination points that the team had already accumulated that gave Roland that boost that yeah, we're going to be able to clutch it out, and he did in style with $500 in the bank. But that is first game done. We've got 4 more games remaining for the day. We, of course, are going to be moving on down towards the map of Miramar now, where a different statistics is being showcased from the entirety of the lobby. But will those stats stand true? Because this is where the entirety of this lobby ought to start breaking down that what exactly is going on. Every single week, we're looking at a different playstyle, a different approach from these teams, and now we're going back to pretty much that first week era where QWERTY were dominating, were fierce, and they're delivering exactly that now.
Yeah, I think clearly the circle really also favoring them taking all the right decisions. But this gives us the perfect chance, to talk about so many teams trying to play around the center this time. We did see action breaking down really early on, but for SALTxi8, let's be honest, this is something that they can really afford at this point. All I really would hope is that they do not lose their form that they have. So we've seen a very aggressive approach from SALTxi8, right? And no matter whoever is in front of them, they just go right at them and this time, however, the luck was not in their favor. But clearly, you could see, especially at this point here onwards, 420 points, just racking up finishes one after the other, and had no intentions of stopping. The moment he spots players down, that is where he was getting everything secured for himself.
Exactly, and again, as we move on through to the final moments of the game itself, where 3 teams were surviving down to 2, this is where Roland definitely stood true to his calling, and he was able to absolutely figure out exactly where the opponents were, because they were taking on shots, and then with the cover of the rock was able to damage them and completely steal the chicken dinner away from them. And that again has been a recent meta change, I would say, where since third week itself, if I'm not mistaken, they've seen the lobby of Pakistan actually start stealing chicken dinners away, wherein earlier it was in week 1 and 2 all based on just the momentum and getting the boost for yourself. But never mind, that's a sideways conversation. Nevertheless, as we move on through to the damage graph itself, look at the massive amount of blow that QWERTY Esports have walked away with. 2,198 damage. Incredible, just phenomenal. And then we do move on through to Regicide as well as FMxR3D. Really good to see and say these names right off the bat in the top 3 position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about clarity. Clearly, 17 finishes somewhere down the line, you're going to anticipate them that they're getting, enough damage done. But I think what really stands out for me is the fact that FMR3D have really stepped up, right? Getting those 7 finishes, it's going to help them. And also for the team Regicide, as we take a look at the overall rankings, as Team QWERTY again, still in pursuit of their chicken dinner, one of the teams in the top 8 that does not still have a chicken dinner, but still very balanced in terms of how they've been playing their position points, their placement points. Right now, find themselves at the 2nd spot. Quantum Rage, courtesy to that early eliminations, will drop a point, drop a standing down. They'll be forced down to the 3rd place. QWERTY Esports, they will be climbing up from over here as H2E and 4VTFT. Lakshay, they're not gonna be with us. So Team Star would definitely want to topple them over, and at least by the end of the evening, we want to cross a Team H2E, because it's going to be a steep fall from here onwards. But you know what? I'm really interested in the 2nd page of the table, which will come in just a wee while. As there you go. So really good improvement made by the boys from Regicide. They've closed in the gap with North Esports right now. One more good game like this, I think they're gonna take a very huge leap. And let's hope what really happens.
Absolutely. Let's definitely hope and pray for the best for the side of those teams. Now, I was just looking through my stats, and if I'm not mistaken or wrong, or if I have not missed out on a page, it seems like for the side of QWERTY, they haven't really gotten a chicken dinner.
Yep.
I mean, not only right now in the Super Weekends, but overall itself. I was looking through the pages of the league play days as well. They've gotten all the way up to 2nd position, but I don't have a stat written. Well, maybe I've missed out, like I said, where I'll definitely be biting my own tongue if that's the case. But yeah, they have not gotten a chicken dinner, and they are so very consistent. This is again, I mean, this is what experience does to you. You don't care, all right? $500 on the bank are going to be around, but they're like, all right, does not matter. We know what is on the line, and that is to be a part of the finals, the grand finals itself. And then from that also, there is that chance, right? There is that team that will be pushing on to represent Pakistan itself, and that is what these big names are working towards.
A lot of questions were raised when we did see a little bit of changes in QWERTY's lineup there, right? Letting go of a few of their players, them forming a new team, and everything. A lot of ruckus was created, and sort of questions were, of course, like we just said, were brought up. Like, why are you doing that when already your team is doing so well, and getting Gravity into the picture? Yeah, likewise, they haven't reciprocated or replied back with a chicken dinner, but the consistency speaks for itself, right? There's still a lot of areas to improve upon for Team QWERTY, and they're well aware of that. But as we move along, the schedule right in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, the first day of the 3rd Super Weekend, we're going to be having it down in Miramar. And Miramar, as we all know, is one of the favorite maps for Regicide to clearly try and dominate. But can't really rule out the chances of teams like TUF and FS.
Well, when you talk about Team TUF, I think they should be part of the stat, the map chance, every game. Because the way TUF loves to play, at least have been in the recent past that I've been noticing them, has been so very open and aggressive streak, and with all 4 players jumping in towards that one collective goal, which is to just dominate that entire circle that they're going to be moving into, that entire area that they're going to be moving into. So I definitely am keeping my hands off this conversation for TUF, because they will always be there. But on the other side, like you so were mentioning, Regicide, I mean, that is a team that we've been talking about. FMxR3D, another team, North Esports. These are the teams that we would love to see just bring in that sort of synergistic play again in this game as well as we progress on towards the map of Miramar. But also another thing to consider is going to be, we've actually seen both sides of the coin in Pakistan region when it comes to the map of Miramar. There have been matches where 18-20 minute marker, we've seen majority of the teams and numbers dwindle down on the map of Miramar. Also, we've seen really extended fights taking place on the map of Miramar as well. So let's see where this lobby is going to be divided and dictating the game of Miramar today.
Oh yeah, as the players are already geared up, and yeah, a few lying down, spotting out some interesting movements being made, but nothing as such. You know, everyone just focused on their mobile screens right now as the match has begun, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird is in the sky, as the flight path trajectory, well, heading all the way from the western side, I believe. Yes, from El Pozo towards El Hazar. Really decent flight path trajectory. I cannot really complain looking at this one. But where do you think it's gonna? Where do you think, Lakshay, is the zone gonna form? Is it going to be something of a very plain default circle, or is it going to be something really radical, something really way off the charts that maybe we haven't really seen?
Again, I mean, on the map of Miramar, I think it is going to be not so radical, actually. At least not yet, I don't believe. And there's only one reason I say that. That's because CA is not here yet. You know, whenever CA actually points it out like that, every single time he's pointed out, the circle has taken a very different stance. Even if it's looking comfortable and like a common zone, by the time the game comes to an end, the zone has shifted in so very thwarted ways that you have no idea how that happened. And yeah, for this game, I want to believe and predict that the zone is going to be comfortable for these teams. But again, I mean, even if the zone is comfortable, that's all right. You have more time to loot and segregate different areas for the entirety of the team. But that does not still give you the oomph power that is needed to be able to capitalize the game. And right off the bat, we're looking at an El Pozo. Interesting one. We haven't really seen this western shift of the zone, or this western circle, the first one itself. So again, this is a dividing moment right now, because if the first zone itself is so western, favoring towards the west of the map, there are high chances that it's actually going to shift in the third time.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen some really drastic shifts, and likewise, you know, it's been so much fun with CA around. You know, every time he comes in, mostly during the final games, we get to see that really insane circle shift. But this one, the one that we've got right now around the western side, somewhere down the line, you're going to be anticipating it to be Regicide's game, because dropping off at Monte Nuevo, you're bound to have that little bit of a high ground to yourself, and a lot of traffic will be emerging out from the eastern side. We could clearly see, you know, a lot of teams over here. Quantum Rage, MetershotxSKY, FMR3D, they're all going to try and enter inside the zone. But what is going to be really wise for them is to try and maybe enter in through the northern side, or maybe come all the way from the eastern to the southern side. That is the kind of an opening that they can have. But for now, I think clearly, if you take a look at the early moments of the game, nothing really out of ordinary. As SALTxi8, you know, they're just gonna get back to Los Leones, and North Esports are trying to do exactly the same. For freestyle, to be honest, Lakshay, to have a good start is they've got to start with retaining their players first, right? Making sure that they do not have any early casualties, and I believe then they're good to go.
Oh yes, that is true. That is very, very true, because again, it's not only, so what Vix has just said is not only based on the previous game, but actually the previous few games that they played in this final league play as well, because many a times we did see the players of FS getting caught again and again and again. At times it was Black, at times it was the different players, but it was Freestyle who was getting into the positions of those first blood going against them, and they were the ones roaming around in the zone with a 3-man army or a 2-man squad. So yeah, that is going to be the most important thing for FS. But on the other front, as you look onto the center, we do have, or rather a couple of minutes ago we did, Regicide, who are absolutely very comfortable in terms of the way that they're positioned in the zone. No matter where the zone is going to be shifting, Regicide are still going to be favored. And then we move on to the side of Magnus, who are also, as of now, going to be pretty much in the center of the map and towards the eastern side of the zone. Is where they find themselves as they were running out in the open. We saw them run towards Power Grid, and right over there is going to be the side of QWERTY as well. So tricky situation right off the bat in the first few minutes of the game itself, where these teams are actually jumping into some third probability of a third party contestation, because right behind QWERTY, around that same exact region, is going to be TMW, and right behind TMW is going to be 52xRage. But now, again, viewers, you do not have the map, so you are not looking at what I'm looking at, but this is something that Fixist mentioned a few days ago. When it comes to the map of Miramar, on the map, you might think that the teams are really close, but the map tiles are so massive that actually the teams are quite far off. There are mountains and ridges and whatnots in the way that it's next to impossible to anticipate that fight. But hey, that is the possibility. That is the possibility as of now in the first 5 minutes of this Miramar game.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are a lot of possibilities, and we were really hoping to find some action right off the start of the game, right? But hasn't been quite the case, because, of course, this little bit of a flight path trajectory has, found ourselves in kind of a situation where teams are trying to get to their desired drop location first, get done with all the basics, and then try and start hitting, try and get, on with the rotation. But for now, TMW, again, this team did manage to wipe out SALTxi8, but got wiped out right after. So not a really good sign for them, right? Still can do a lot with the recovery. But let's see how they're going to be playing along, because for now, as I take a look at the map feed, I really do not see a lot of teams in the nearby contention, right? You got the Grounders and XGeneration a little bit close to each other. That's it. QWERTY and QWERTY has found their own separate ways, but Star hitting it right at where TMW are. Usama taking some heavy chunk of damage. I really felt that Big Boss could have managed to do something over there, especially getting cover fire from his teammate Al-Fateha, who has made sure that he's making his debut for Team TMW, as the battle has begun, but still yet any knocks to be found, as Emerge had a slight idea. Finally, grenades are going to be cooked in this close range vicinity. It will be dropped over as Harry takes a look at Emerge, but it is going to be Emerge who finds that first opening for his team, gets a knock on towards Harry, as Big Boss needs to recollect himself, get a trade off, as Sultana will be advancing at their direction. But at the same time, we've got Khan. Usama's position also compromised there, as Team Star, they do not seem to be looking to stop at all.
Nope, they are not. They are definitely not. But this, the way this fight has been approached itself is a little debatable, is what I would say. Because if they would have created a better flank, then it could have been that much more easier to stop the team fanning out that much. As we can see from the side of TMW, they've really fanned out. Earlier, they were in the warehouse. They were very much in contestation to either take the fight all by themselves or not. But now, as they fanned out, they've got a better chance to be able to maybe hit harder. But that is only if Team Star does not have the information, and it seems like Team Star definitely have the information as of now, and this is where it is going to be critical for the side of TMW to get that knock as soon as possible, because if they don't, Team Star is definitely going to be pushing. But okay, I just noticed actually it is just a 3-man army from the side of Team Star, where 4th player God Fury is all the way back given that cover flank, and that is the X factor that Team Star needed to be here in the warehouse with them right now to be able to make that push. And again, that time has of course gone away, thus implying is of course, the story for the fight as well, as it is going to be TMW who were able to get the revival done, and now will be able to back out of that fight, get a little bit of a breather, but not before Osama gets a couple of shots on their opponent. But now, again, all right, a few breather moments are fine. But what exactly is TMW thinking? This is a heated situation that they're stuck in. They know that there's no way for them to be able to run out in the open. I doubt they actually have a vehicle, or else they probably would have utilized, or else we would have actually seen it by now as well. So yeah, a tricky situation that TUF is in. My apologies, TMW is in. But what exactly is the retaliatory position that they will define this moment by? Because again, we did see from the side of Star, they had the information, they were using the utilities as well. So right now also, even though TMW can very well just hold down those angles in the compound, those utilities could deliver some massive blows. And it seems like the X factor is going to be TMW's Faitha, who is going to be absolutely pincering down the flank angle that God Fury and his teammate thought they had, but definitely not.
Oh, I mean, I do not really know where this fight is leading us to. I mean, eventually it started with Star going after TMW, then it sort of ended up in a stalemate, and with now Star trying to form a different angle. I really think they want to pounce upon, or rather pincer down the players over here, but Wasi, his woes continue as he gets taken down again. Now, QWERTY getting that one finish, of course, freestyle. They're not going to be happy with that, but a little bit of consolation. They've gotten their hands All right, ladies
All
and
right.
gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, finally back there, Lakshay. So, apologies for that slight inconvenience. Making sure everything was right and technically sound, as we haven't really missed any action. But I think it's going to be right in front of your screens, as Joker is of course knocked out. There's very less chances that he's going to get himself back together. But at the same time, the question remains. Is Edgar gonna miss out on his teammate? Yes, indeed, he has left him as SALTxi8. Now they have all their intention set at taking down the players of Regicide over here, Blotter.
Well, this is definitely a good fight because again, for the side of Regicide, they know that they have to survive. For the side of SALTxi8, this is more like, all right, dudes, all right. So this is maybe our moment. I mean, previous game was not ours, so this team, I mean, they're hunkered down, we're flanked out, everything is ours. The utility is in our position. There's nothing that can stop us. But Regicide, the one thing that is going to be favoring them is again their motivation and the zeal to be able to continue on. But with that, numbers advantage, to be very frank and open, is going to be SALTxi8's. The flank angles, as we can clearly see, are going to be in favor of SALTxi8's. And in doing so, again, Crypto from one side, Blade from the other, the synergy works out for themselves, and that is going to be the end of that fight. No two ways about that. But hey, before that happens, Johnny will be able to give a blow and a get. Yep, I think he will. He will get that elimination point for his side before the entirety of his team is eliminated. So thanks to SALTxi8, things just got really difficult for the side of Regicide, where we were talking about it, that Regicide are going to have to, every single game that they're part of, at least jump into the top 8, get some placement points along with elimination points, and that is the way that they can push forth. But right off the bat in this game, they have been eliminated. So once again, I mean, viewers, you did not really miss out on much. There were fights that took place, but still, we had 16 teams surviving. But right now in front of you, that first team has been eliminated, and that's going to be Regicide. With that, 15 teams surviving, 45 players alive, and in that black hole that we were stuck in. Another point to bring up is going to be the side of TMW. Now, TMW is another team that we did bring up and talk about along with Regicide as well as FMxR3D, who are going to have to be very synergistic in terms of their play. First game did not favor them this time around as well. They're left with only a one-man army. That's going to be Reaper X. So tough luck for TMW as well.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, SALTxi8, this was bound to happen, right, Lakshay, because they have been having that free hand and doing with whatever they could do. Did wipe out the better out of Regicide. Not a good run in Miramar, which is Regicide's strongest map though. So a little bit of a disappointment, but yeah, for TMW, a perfect chance to try and capitalize and make sure that they get the most out of this game, as SALTxi8 now have their eyes set at the players of Team Clarity, kind of completely surrounding them, at least from 3 sides, if not 4. But with not much to run and hide, they're taking quite some hefty amount of damage. But 420 Boy gets the better out of Uzum, gets a knockout at his direction. The grenade going out from Reviews, has it found its mark? Not yet, as he's gonna continue on towards with that spray. Still manages to keep himself alive. 420 Boy will definitely want to get the trade-off in the process. Still does manage to get the second knock as well. Reviews take a bow, as Crypto, trying to provide him that quintessential cover fire over there, now has got to make the right movements, as the players of Clarity, they're down. But now in a 1v1, SALTxi8's Crypto surviving by his lonesome. How does he do it? Can he clutch it out, or is it going to be the end of his run? Because there's another squad that's over the hills that has their eyes set at SALTxi8's Crypto, as Crypto has made it through cover. But can he get something more than this?
Well, he's going to definitely try, that's for sure. On the other front, for the side of Clarity, they have the opportunity, and that third team that you were talking about, here we go. It is going to be the side of MetershotxSKY, and right across them is going to be QR as well. So a tough situation, but it seems Crypto, look at that. He is still going to be damaging, as we saw in the kill feed, all by his lonesome. Crypto is still wanting to get those elimination points for his team, and again, he cannot really leave this warehouse just yet, because right behind him, or rather right behind him, right across him, are other team as well, the opponent teams, and we did see MetershotxSKY was one of them, and it was not QR that I mentioned in the right next to MetershotxSKY. It is actually 52 extra age. Quick correction right there. But now, what are these two teams going to be doing? Clarity stuck, Crypto from SALTxi8 also finding himself a little stuck, and it seems MetershotxSKY are the ones who not only stuck, who are getting eliminated on that 13th position. So 12 teams remaining, and Magnus right now taking on some heavy blows and delivering some blows and punches to the side of QWERTY as well. But again, for now, both of them are still holding strong.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. As now Khan, all by his lonesome, two of the players of Team QWERTY just bleeding and all in bruises over there. As Malik gets finished off, and Freestyle, another not so good game for them, as Adil will be lobbing that grenade at Thug's direction in order to secure a knock, but does not quite succeed. And for now, Bashir from the backlines, he's got to provide that quintessential cover fire, as he gets taken down by Adil, as Thug will have to come out right out in the open and will eventually fall down to Mom2, as XGeneration taking a quick early exit at the 8th spot, as Pika from R3D was on a dominating spree up until the point he just got eliminated over there. Now MetershotxSKY, they're going to be trying their luck. They're going to be hoping that the circle sort of shifts towards their direction, but no, it's going to favor Team Clarity again.
Yep, and SALTxi8. One player from SALTxi8, that's going to be Crypto, and the two players from Clarity who are also sticking around and are definitely wanting to take care of Crypto first things first more than anything else. But right now, that is not the only side that they've taken damage from. Zibian, we did see, he did get a little bit of a damage. Not entirely sure if that was from Crypto, because that was an edge. But never mind that. They are still surviving. That's what matters. And with that, when it comes to the teams themselves, in total, 7 teams are surviving. We have the side of QWERTY with the 1-man army. As you can see on the map, we do have MetershotxSKY with a 3-man squad as they try and get closer and closer to the warehouse itself. They are going to be out in the open, but the sooner you get to the warehouse, the better are your chances to be able to survive. But that is at a clause, and that clause is you are going to have to take down the 2 players of Clarity who are absolutely waiting to pounce on anything that moves in that warehouse.
Oh yeah, it is going to be really interesting as to how the teams are going to enter inside the circle now. Could be one of the games that is definitely going to propel teams like Magnus into a better position. Already 7 finishes secured, but look at this Zen, just losing his mind over there. Instant knock, but still yet needs that finish though. But the big challenge over here, the Herculean task for them, would of course be trying to get inside the circle, as Zibian just pinpointing knows where Crypto exactly is hiding, as Crypto kind of gets to the back lines. But how long is he going to survive and sustain like that? But for now, he's going to be just hoping that the players of Magnus charge at Clarity and get the better out of Zibian and 420 Boy, giving him a little respite. But no, for Crypto, it's gotten even worse, as a Venture right in front of him, who's going to have no trouble. And with that, MetershotxSKY eliminate the last player of SALTxi8, and with that, the squad also goes down out of the server.
Absolutely. 4 teams remaining right now. We've got Magnus looking very comfortable with all the 4 players, along with MetershotxSKY. Again, a very consistent play being showcased from this side of this team. They're sitting with only 2 elimination points, but that's okay. Same is the case for the over-aggressor 52x Rage. But in the end, it is the placement points that these teams are going to be walking away with that much more. And that will bring in the consistent approach that was spoken about as the day started off. As of now, it is going to be 52x Rage out in the open, trying to not allow the players of Magnus to get around and close into the circle itself as they try and gatekeep the situation. They are also getting hurt quite a lot, as one of their players, 52x Rage Faster, is down. From the other side is going to be Magnus approaching the conversation and situation as well. So a very, very tough position that 52x Rage are going to find themselves in, because all the crosshairs that we move on across from one player to the next, from one team to the other, is looking at 52x Rage. But they are single-minded, and they have only one team that is in front of them, and that's going to be, for now, Magnus, as they try to get into that flank angle.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to. But for now, Pharaoh, this one little grenade getting the perfect knock secured. As Respect, he's down on his knees, as 52x Rage somehow they're doing it, somehow they're making it possible. With all their 4 players, they have their eyes set on the big prize, the chicken dinner, at least in this map of Miramar for them. As he gets one more, Pharaoh's just gone insane this time, getting into a dominating spree, and with a whoosh and a swing of his wand, has wiped out the entirety of Magnus Esports. 52x Rage, they're on fire, Lakshay.
Oh, yes, they are. I mean, I was talking about it. This is an over-aggressing team that was sitting at only 2 elimination points. I think they took it to heart. And yeah, they're delivering some amazing point eliminations right here, where they have moved up to 4 more eliminations for their side, 6 in total, 3 teams surviving. And Clarity, they have been sitting out of all of that chaos that was taking place, but now it seems is going to be them trying to get the better half of this fight. A perfect setup right there to bait out the opponents. From one angle, he is going to be giving away the position. From the other, he's going to be taking his teammates is going to be taking the shots, and that is 420 boy back. And this is going to be now all down to how 52x Rage approach this area, because for Clarity, they do not have the vision as of now, but 52x Rage, they definitely have the audio cues as to where to anticipate their opponents.
Oh yeah, and for now, Clarity, back-to-back really amazing games, making it into the top 2. But can they see this through? That's the big question. And I think at the very least, the job has been done at this point. 420 and Zibian would be finding a way out, but Pharaoh has well spotted them. I'm not quite sure if opening up to three times is the right idea, because with the zone starting to shrink in any single moment, the players, they have to make a move, and 420 boy is definitely cooking up that grenade, but spots outfed right out in the open. A perfect bait and a switch play coming in there by the boys of 52x Rage, as they've managed to trade out Pharaoh, but still in turn have gotten a humongous advantage, as Faster and Zen, they'd be pushing from 2 different directions altogether, and this could all work out just the way that they had imagined, and not clearly the position that Clarity really thought that they would be pushed at, as a grenade reaches right at its complete mark, and with that, getting the final finish, the win-win, a chicken dinner being secured for 52x Rage, who have now gotten themselves to the top 8.
Absolutely, and they again are very much in contestation of, well, no contestation at all required, because the $500 is going to be theirs, and the second game comes to an end on the first day of this final Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region. Things are definitely looking real good for a lot of these teams. I mean, we were talking about consistency. Consistency is being showcased from different teams, but that's absolutely fine. That is what the masala is all about. And as the day progresses on along, of course, tomorrow is another day, so is day after, and there is still going to be hope that will be kept for all the teams that find themselves at that second page. But again, I mean, Clarity definitely changing the way that they're playing the game today. NorthEsports have been slowly but surely been able to do exactly the same thing, but there are still so many games remaining. So again, a very big twist, perhaps a plot twist, could be anticipated as we progress on.
Yeah, I mean, I was rather surprised again with Regicide just getting wiped off there by SALTxi8. I really thought that this was the game to win, and they need to start getting on the aggressive side, right? Of course, they've got to start racking up a lot of finish points for themselves, something that they've not been getting. So, of course, not just them, you've got teams like FMxR3D this time around. Pika was on a dominating spree, but they got eliminated quite early on with just 6 finishes. So, we're going to talk about, FMxR3D, we're going to talk about 52x Rage and a lot of other teams, but after this short little break. Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, Fixes. What an astounding game that was. 52x Rage stealing that chicken dinner away, and I'm really glad to see day one of this Super Weekend. It's really bringing all of these middle of the pack teams into play.
Oh yeah, I mean, I kind of have loved the way the teams have been playing, right? Especially the first game coming out, but Clarity, especially back to back, two amazing games, right? I think they kind of very angry at this point, really not happy with where they're standing. They really want to pick up the pace and maybe possibly enter the top 3 or top 4, because that is where they're destined to be, right? Considering one of the bigger teams, one of the teams that has been invited, and you've got to live up to the hype or live up to the name, right? So clearly back-to-back amazing performances from their side, but then again, when you move ahead, this game I really felt should have been Regicide's, because if you take a look at the initial circle, Montenegro was clearly where Regicide dropped off, and losing down to SALTxi8 just like that is certainly something that I really can't digest as 420 boy. I'm pretty sure he's gonna make sure that he's giving Crypto a tough competition for the elimination leaderboards out there. First game 7 finishes, now 4-11 already in 2 games. Wow, this lad is on fire, right?
Yeah, exactly. And with the rise of Clarity really in this Super Weekend 3, we're getting to witness a narrative that we've talked about throughout Super Weekend 1 and 2, which is maybe we're just not seeing Clarity at their peak because they're going to wait for that grand final stage to bring it on. And well, Super Weekend 3 is as close as it gets to that grand final stage, but you can see 52x Rage very, very much deserved on that victory. Ferro and Zen in that top 5 mark representing their team. But I'd say the victory itself, overall, a coordinated team effort.
Oh yeah, I think to be honest, the way they have been playing, right? Clarity have always been at this best of things, but 52x Rage, I think this game they were a cut apart, right? Everything was perfect. They took fights where it was needed. They pressed down all the players trying to get inside the circle. They got those essential squad vibes and that little bit of a brilliance against that situation with Clarity. I mean, you've got to say it, right? You've got 3 players alive. What are you gonna do when you know there's 2 ahead of you, right? Get your player to bait. They heard that grenade being cooked by 420 boy over there. They went in directly and wanted to take a shot, but 420 being very clean and quick at his reflexes did get the better out. But in that moment, well, he was traded. So clearly, 52x Rage were the smarter ones in the of the bunch this time, but cannot really say the same for the other teams out there. Of course, Thug managing those 6 finishes, good respite for XGeneration as they want to be quickly picking up as many points as possible. But I think it's still a long way to go where we can safely say that, hey, XGeneration is going to be with us during the finals.
Yeah, but a good first step, I'd say, to have a player like Thug stepping up to that regard with 6 elimination points coming through. You could see a lion's share of the elimination points this team got was mainly Thug, but like you said, it's not enough just yet, but thankfully for them, this is day 1. This is the day about just establishing themselves in the competition and make sure they're in that race for the top 16 altogether, and this is the okay-ish first step to try and make that happen. Now we'll have to see, can they build up on that consistency, especially with match 3 coming back, with the match coming into play. What I really want to see is that fight from teams like XGeneration, teams like even FMxR3D, like all of these teams who missed that last Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, even I'm excited to see what we really have to offer, what we are about to witness in game number 3. But for this particular game, it was quite, how do you say it? Not quite an eventful start for a lot of teams, right? Especially teams like TUF that have, I have really high expectations from them, especially them dominating the league play week. But maybe it's sort of this curse that is going on that, if you do really well during the league play days and then suddenly you kind of mess it up during the Super Weekend. But we're going to take a quick look at how 52x Rage did play around. I pretty much believe they went off to Ruins. That is where they looted off. Then you could see they've been maintaining that center. They've been maintaining that little high ground to themselves. Then once they saw this little shift towards Montenegro, they still kept the hills to their name, right? Just stayed around the edge, not around the center, because staying around the center could have been a little bit problematic. And they moved in with every zone formation, with every zone forming around, right? Towards the very end, clearly a very good edge-to-edge gameplay being displayed from their side, as a courtesy of which they ended up getting that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, beautifully done altogether by 52x Rage. As you put, I think really a well-rounded performance that got them this win coming through, and it is going to mean that moving on forward, 52x Rage as well, again a middle of the pack team, right, that potentially was in danger coming in from all of the teams trying to make that rise from the bottom, all of the teams basically that attended only one super weekend. And I think that's where, by getting this chicken dinner, 52x Rage already setting themselves apart and trying to create that gap which will help them have a bit of a cushion going into day 2 and 3, because that's where I feel like teams will start getting a little desperate with their backs to the walls, and that's where they'll come out with just all guns blazing.
Oh, of course. I mean, at this point, it's still the first day, right? It's still the first day of the Super Weekend, and we're already witnessing a few of the teams already go, all guns blazing. That has to be SALTxi8, one of them, right? They've forgotten to back off. How do you do that? But look at this, Regicide. Things getting so much worse for them, escaping from one situation, finding themselves in another. But yeah, I think a pretty good game, I must say, for XGeneration, getting those finish points for them. But that was just about it. TmW did not have a good time this time. Just got blown off into smithereens over there. And for a moment, we really thought that, we've got something to see out of TmW. Initially, that kerfuffle against Star, I really had high hopes. Maybe they could be, successfully defending their compounds. But I think one of the most interesting fights was this Clarity versus SALTxi8, two big teams, engaging up against each other. And well, both of them did try whatever they could to survive till the very end, but that was pretty much it.
Yeah, exactly. And really, I think for teams like Clarity, it's about building up on this performance, because for them, it's not really about qualifying for the grand finals. They have more or less secured it given their position on the table. For them, it's a lot more about challenging SALTxi8, getting to that top level and really establishing themselves coming into that super weekend, that they're not just into the grand finals. I mean, that they're not just here to be that 4th or 5th spot occupier. They want to challenge for that first, and that's where I think brilliantly done by Clarity. Like you said, 2 back-to-back matches, they put in a great performance, and now going into match 3, they look to continue their form, maybe even grab a chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, and taking a look at the damage graph, CA. Again, for the top 3-4 teams, you could see that 1000+ damage, not really a huge surprise, right? And with Miramar, of course, you're going to anticipate teams having those higher damage numbers, a lot of knocks, but a lot of kill finishes not secured. And I think one of the best examples would be Team Star, right? That little fight with I believe it was with TmW, went on for quite some time, but neither of these teams could get any finishes, just those knocks and knocks only. And towards the end, we all saw what really happened with them. But TUF pretty much got eliminated early on, and despite that, still managed to get 3 finishes. So they're going to be happy about that at the very least. But let's take a look at the overall rankings here and find out, how teams have chopped up after this little game, as Clarity Esports have finally toppled over Team TUF, who are sort of going down, and we're witnessing a little bit of a downfall. And so is the case with MetershotxSKY. But 52x Rage have managed to pull themselves 2 spots above, and now are at that 8th spot.
Yeah, exactly. And now 52x Rage really will be feeling a lot more comfortable about that position, because as you can see, for them, having crossed that 200 point mark, I think it really does mean that in general, I think they are much more comfortable with their chances going into the next super weekend, going into the grand finales again. And really, for me, I think Fix is all about this super weekend for these particular teams. Like I'm looking at Quantum Rage, for example, or MetershotxSKY. They've had ups and downs, never really found that consistency. So for them, it's about that. But for all of these other teams from 11 to 16, I still think Magnus, there's a chance they might drop down, though. Around that 200, it's unlikely. But Freestyle, that's not a team I expect to see in there, or even FMxR3D.
Oh yeah, I mean, freestyle. I do not know what to say. They've been looking so off, right? Clearly, the way they had started their journey in the PMPL this time, I really thought that they could be our top three contenders. And certainly, you could clearly see the lack of confidence between amongst those players, right? Even during those 1v1 situations, during the first week, which was very much at their pinnacle, right? You could see Wasi pulling off those 1v2s, 1v3s. You could even see Tyrant showing some really good, might over there. But this time, the second it got worse, and the third hasn't really gotten any better at the very least, because they've been relying on Malik so much. Every single good game that they've had so much has been courtesy to Malik. But for all you viewers out there, we know is the broken gun right now in the meta. You could get your hands on two of these amazing skins and also a parachute. All you've got to do is be subscribed to all our channels on our social media and watch the stream. We're gonna have a secret code being displayed anytime during the live broadcast, so might as well find that one out and redeem yourself these lovely weapons.
Yeah, make sure you don't miss out on that, like you said, it's a weapon we all regularly use, so I'm sure a lot of viewers will be scrambling to get their hands on it, but with that, I'm sure a lot of teams will be scrambling to their phones as well, because as you can see on our schedule, we've got Erangel coming right back up. Now, QWERTY were able to get the chicken dinner in match 1, and not just any chicken dinner, a mighty one at it. 32 points picked up for QWERTY. So coming into this one, they'll sure to be confident, but I really want to see one of those 11 to 16 teams make their mark, like maybe a ENG or even a Grounders while they're at it.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, we would want those bottom half teams to be stepping up, right? And this should be somewhere down the line. I really would want Freestyle to get back, because I have so much hopes from that team. But SALTxi8 FMR3D. All right. I mean, I would be even satisfied if FMR3D come out on top, or maybe Esports, like you said. Could end up with a chicken dinner, but could be anyone's game. Possibly this was, how do you put it? It was a rather uncommon first Erangel game, if not rare, because a mansion circle is usually something that we don't see quite often, right? We've seen circles go downside of your snipe, but not as far as mansion, right? And teams making that perfect call there was the right thing to do. But this time, I would be wanting to see some action around the western side, possibly maybe around QWERTY a little bit towards the southwestern side. So see some action over there. Maybe a military bridge circle is also not gonna hurt us. But where do you want to see your circles here?
Georgiapur containers. I wanted that since they wanted it. It hasn't come through. So as soon as you said the west, Georgiapur containers instantly in my mind.
I mean, no slacks for CA out there. But, again, Georgiapur containers early on, like let's say a year and a half ago, Georgiapur containers were the go-to circles that we have seen being formed. But lately, I do not know what has happened with the algorithm, with the way that the zones are functioning. We barely get to see anything out of Georgiapur. And even if we do, it kind of is more steered towards the squad houses, just beside it, and the one just crossing that little bridge over there, or maybe it just tends to shift around that ruins area. Again, this time we haven't seen a lot of ruin circle though, but we've seen circle around ruins quite a lot. So it's going to be really interesting if it's going to be a western shift or an eastern circle. Could be anything possibly, but more than that, we really want the teams that are struggling right now, the likes of FS, the likes of FMR3D, XGeneration, and TMW. I mean, TMW could desperately use a chicken dinner, because at the very bottom of the table, they need to ensure that they make it to the top 16 by the end of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and I want to see some of that energy we saw in the second day of the league stage coming in from TMW. Like you said, they're one of the bottom teams, the most bottom team, of course, in this overall rankings, the way it is right now. But I think for them, it's all about the fact that the top 5 teams above them, till 16th spot, nobody is there in this Super Weekend at all. You've just got to try and attack the Regicides, the North Esports, maybe even go for the drop contests while you're at it, you know, attack them while they are, get that early start as well as hamper their chances. That's what I want to start seeing popping out from teams, and who better than teams like TMW who are already at severe risk.
Oh, they certainly are at some terrible position, right? But this is where the confusion sort of arises, right? What do you do to fix this up? Where do you go from around here? Do you go really aggressive? Do you go after every team, or do you kind of play it safe? Because I honestly feel that, you know, today's day should be all about playing it a little bit safe, you know, trying to get as many points as they possibly can. Tomorrow they could go all out, and the third day it is now or never. As ladies and gentlemen, the voice in my head says the match has gone live, as we're going to directly jump into the gladiator arena, as a lot of virtual spectators are with us here.
Yep, a lot of fans for us in that arena. I mean, rather for these players as they head into Erangel. A classic southern to northern flight path, more towards our western side. So the eastern side circle that we saw in match 1, quite likely, and we'll have to see if it does end up happening again. We're talking about seeing, I'm also curious if any teams do particularly change their drop locations. Now, we were talking about TMW a lot. For them, it usually has been Zarki. I wonder if they go there again and maybe at least in the rotations bring about somewhat of a change, try to attack the teams that lurk around. Georgopol, there's a team that even goes to shooting range, so maybe you can find some success there. But right now, all of the teams fanning out to their standard locations, doesn't seem like there's going to be any change.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot, right? Not a lot. I think not at least up until now. But this little flight path trajectory is gonna surely annoy a lot of teams, especially Team QWERTY, Team XGeneration, as I do not really see them in on my screen rather here, or maybe they're just moving along with QWERTY, or am I just
XGeneration is
blind?
in Georgopol right now.
Okay, I mean, this is interesting because I think we've seen them also growing over there. If you remember, right, every time the circle kind of goes a little towards the west, they kind of create trouble for teams like Clarity. Now, and that is going to be the case now as well. But again, Eastern Circle, again a kind of sort of a similar circle, so as to speak. Let's see what happens out of this one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Eastern Circle, though, this time quite uninhabited, with only 4 teams currently inside the circle. So I'm sure one of those 4 teams, or maybe even more, will try to make the early rotation, get into the base. But actually, I am noticing, looking further south, MetershotxSKY didn't go no rip no fixes. They rather went to the northern part of the Sosnovka military base, or basically the shoreline close to the bridges. They're looting the small compounds and going for an early rotation maybe. And I say that with that voice because when I say the words early rotation and MetershotxSKY, you know, it doesn't sit right with me. They're usually the team coming through on the last rotation.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can't. A lot of weird things really happened, right?
Yeah.
And this is nothing less. But the grounders, I mean, don't you really feel they've kind of gone off the charts a little bit? Because, you know, again, this is one of the teams that we know that have, well, have had shown some good potential, right? But ever since they could not qualify for the second Super Weekend, we've seen that a little bit of a downfall. They kind of gotten a little off. But today, again, they would be trying to get some decent games, some decent points picked for themselves. But for Team QWERTY right now, they've got all the freedom to loot around the entire eastern area, right? The entire eastern zone. XGeneration not being here gives them that room and space. But what I'm also going to be interested is the fact that how many teams are going to rotate early on, right? A lot of teams can possibly do that, especially the likes of Regicide, who are yet to get towards their desired drop location. But Quantum Rage, interestingly, you know, still have managed to retain themselves in the top 3. Let's see how they perform today.
It's going to be a very interesting affair right now for the teams you mentioned, particularly I think Quantum Rage and TUF immediately strike my eye, especially when you look at how close they are in the rankings, trying to vie for that #1 spot. But the trying word is key, because at this point, with over a 100-point lead for SALTxi8, even if they decide to mess around, it's quite unlikely that they are going to end up losing that lead. So that's why teams, they're going to have to find some other way of nudging at each other to keep themselves alive. But when you look more towards that bottom of the table mark, you look at teams like Grounders that you were mentioning, who most definitely have fallen off the radar, had a decent Super Weekend 1, but since then they've just been completely missing, and I think that's where they're going to have to try to make sure they're able to fix it up. So far, no changes for them, just that stranded drop location of Primorsk, and it is going to put them in a slight amount of trouble with respect to the rotations. But with no Team H2E in play this week, fixes Pochinki is wide open. I think teams should realize that, at least on their rotations, that they can maybe take a look at Pochinki.
Yeah, I mean, that is, of course, one of those areas where you not only get really good loot, you also get your vehicles and an easy accessibility to everywhere inside, the zone. But one more good thing that comes with Pochinki is more often than not that the first circle is always inside of Pochinki, like here in this particular case. So you don't have to really panic a lot, and regardless where the flight path trajectory is at, you can always head over towards Pochinki. So quite a lot of advantages being granted for the players. But yeah, I think eventually, if anyone deems fit, I really felt that in XGeneration could have gotten off towards Pochinki, or maybe TMW, because rotating from the top left corner is going to be such a tedious task.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where maybe XGeneration is trying to make that move, because you can see going quite quickly on the map, though. Our look will go towards Team Star, who are again making that rotation. They were towards the northern side of Rozhok, coming in from Stalbur, I believe. Now trying to get into that center of the circle. Again, teams populating that riverfront along Yasnaya, along Rozhok, expecting that northern shift along the map, which means so far at least no teams have taken Pochinki or even farm or shelter for that matter to themselves. And if that circle takes a southern shift, several teams going to be caught in the crossfire of each other trying to make that rotation happen.
Oh yeah, and that is something that we can anticipating a lot of traffic around that western area. And teams have started finding their first rotations also. For the covers that they can possibly get could be a very good game for Quantum Rage, as well as North Esports at this particular moment. Zameen, he's got a little bit of elevation there, perfect position to be rotating around. You've got a squad house right beside that. As Freestyle, do hear some gunshots as Freestyle are in fact engaging in a collision course with the players of the Grounders, as Kurama has been brought down to very low HP.
Yeah, Grounders in a bit of trouble right here. They're going to make the move though, try to get into the circle. And in that regard, I noticed Magnus have completely avoided Pochinki, just like teams believe that Pochinki is just not meant to be. I understand it's on the western edge of the circle though. So of course you can see the congestion, that traffic you mentioned, as teams try to settle around where they believe the circle is going to go. And the consensus is Rozhok. Now I don't blame them. We've seen quite a few circles end up towards Rozhok, and that's why teams think so. But what it does mean is you have congestion the way it is, and teams like XGeneration, they get caught out of nowhere. Star already finishing a member of XGeneration with Thug, their MVP, downed as well. XGeneration doesn't look like they're going to be able to get much done in this Erangel fixes.
Oh, surely, facing a lot of trouble. Their team, as TMW's Harry keeps on spraying at Stars Usama's direction, and it is going to be Marlega who finds that knock and will eventually get the finish. As yeah, I mean, this was sort of anticipated, right? Few of the teams are trying to rotate around and dealing with the brunt of things. Now, I guess Star from here onward would have to change their course, would have to head out somewhere else, as now a lot of teams are hearing these gunshots, as the circle has again taken that eastern shift. Again we can anticipate
that mansion circle being formed up. But this time, Team QWERTY has made sure that they are the first ones to arrive, as we're still not done with this fight, right? Even after losing out on Osama, Team Star, they want redemption, they want some sort of revenge. But the big question is, can they get it? Because some point or the other, you're gonna have the players of TMW trying to come at Star's way. So they've got to be a little bit patient, and if they do that, then that is all is required, as Hassan has approached the backlines as a push is coming at Star's directions here.
Oh, and Star in a wealth of trouble right here. They wanted to avenge their teammates, but they might end up becoming prey themselves. Sultana, though, trying to hold on for dear life. He's dealt a chunk of damage to Anubis, and now trying to look out for Shaw right now. Is not able to find him yet, but Sultana, the amount of time he's able to buy, has got the alarm bells ringing for his team. God Fury coming in to help him out. Emerge giving that long distance cover, but God Fury, he gets spotted out and stopped in his tracks, leaving Sultana again alone in that 1v1. He's got to win this.
Oh, he certainly has to, and Anubis, there you go, manages to take down God Fury in this process. Will try to shoot from under the fence, a little slit of opening that we do have, as Sultana will eventually get taken down by Shaw with his arm, as TUF seem to have pushed it on towards the players of TMW, as Marlega and Big Boss, both of them have been taken down, and finishes will follow suit, as El Fatiha and Harry are the last two players to survive, as TMW again the start that they never wanted.
Yeah, unfortunately TMW just falling prey yet again to the same tendencies. The standard textbook plays coming in, very well anticipated by most teams, or rather done by most teams in that regard. They just a prey of that simple congestion. That congestion, it's not just over yet. The bridge into Yasnaya Polyana, populated by several teams, amongst which is TMW, with FMxR3D, TUF, and 52X Rage as well coming into the picture. Quite late and quite separated. They might end up finding themselves at a chunk of difficulty with respect to getting to the circle. But other than that congestion, when you look to the rest of the circle, you can see most of the teams have already reached the mansion area, and that's where the action will go down. But right now, TUF being stopped by TMW in their tracks while they try to stop 52X Rage. It feels like TUF is caught in a sandwich, but that's why you can see they're going to make the decisive move, find that rotation.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be really interesting. Harry, well, has given away his heads, but still trying to take a dig at Edgar's direction, as Joker trying to provide that quintessential cover fire, as FMR3D, they want everything. They've got their eyes set, already wiping out one of those teams. They're looking to get the second one, as Harry is going to continue on with the spray, as finally, TMW somehow have managed to retain two of their players at the very least. And this could be a saving grace for them if they could end up with good position points. No, don't tell me Hassan's going to get the better out of them. Are they aware of his presence? They know for sure that FMR3D were there. But now just looting, making sure to get enough meds from their comrades' fallen body. I think that is the intention. Got the vehicles. FMR3D playing the rather very careful approach, or the careful game. Now open up, as they're going to be taking a lot of shots at TMW's direction. But however, the players have managed to keep themselves alive till the very point.
Yeah, very well done by those players. I think they should also be able to get into the circle. Though again, it will be quite populated, the area they're in, so they're gonna have to count their chickens once again and hope that somehow, somewhere, the area they're getting in is either empty or has a fight going on. Though the way it is situated doesn't seem quite hard. As you can see, QWERTY and Magnus already erupting into one player from Magnus's side down. But amongst all of this, what I do notice is this compound that we're seeing on our screen. That mansion area currently occupied by Freestyle, Team Grounders, and Quantum Rage to that regard. But still, it's QWERTY and Magnus actually towards the east of this area that's continuously taking shots at each other, trading blows and knocks.
Well, again, Magnus, they get those knocks, they get those early finishes, but it's their mid game and their end game where they find themselves completely just collapsing. As well, Wolverine, he's going to get back on his feet. A really good rotation coming in from the players of Freestyle, at least this time, CA. They've managed to keep all four of them alive. So that's a good thing for starters. Now that is something really appreciate, as Momto, he's going to get his hands on gravity again. As Katir this time takes down the big man, King Crypto, as he lies knocked out. But it is going to be some even trades out there, what we see, as Blade this time, he's going to knock out Ash as well. Now 3 teams just around the mansion area, as SALTxi is going to try and come for the rescue of his teammate, get that rest back up on Ash. But Katir, he finds himself in a really tough position, can get knocked out any possible moment. There you go, as only one player survives from MSKY, but seems like Ash has been gotten back on his foot, as Blade way too much in the open, as Ash also has no intentions of engaging, would really make a run for his life.
No fight ceasing at the moment, as all of the teams are just at each other's necks, but unwilling to make that final move to go for the slam and pick up the finishes, because they know immediately another team will try to collapse and try to take advantage. And that's where you've got QWERTY and Magnus at somewhat of a stalemate, though currently Magnus in a much better position than QWERTY are in, because of the simple fact there's much more spread out. They force QWERTY into a tiny corner where Gravity is going to get revived, and they're going to try to move out. But Gravity, okay, play very aggressive there. Could have been spotted out a knock, but he will survive. Instead, we see the knocks coming through for 52x Rage, where TmW has come through on the late rotation trying to punish them.
Yeah, and for now, TmW lobbing that grenade. Oh, just gets it right at his face, as El Fatiha has got no choice, no chance, has to escape. And as a sub coming in, I think it's right, TmW taking a huge gamble. But we've got to see as to how this lad manages to cope up with the pressure. As Clarity, they're making a move right now, as they have to fight it against the players of Regicide. Zibian already on his knees, as Insane. He's going to be applying that little pressure on Teen Wolf, who finds himself surrounded amidst the smoke, as 420 Boy finds that very crucial opening onto which Johnny. Now Insane running out in the open. I think he's been spotted as well. 420 Boy coming out of cover, but before he prawns down, it is going to be traded off. But no, Drawlin making sure he saves the day yet again, get those final few knocks, and with that, Regicide CA bow out of this game at the 15th spot.
Regicide just not able to find any momentum here in this Super Weekend so far. And again falling prey. But talking about prey, right now Freestyle, they know FMxR3D is stuck in a tiny location. They're trying to use the nades to knock out this mole, but man, this is like me playing a game of Battlefield. Just none of the bombs hitting right now. Finally, they managed to find some damage, but still FMxR3D, they've got the cojones to steal. They're just holding on to their position, not moving at all.
Oh, getting exciting in it. But now getting back to action elsewhere, we do have TUF under heavy fire. It's Edgar who's been taken down. Now Shapatar still trying to apply that very pressure, but he's going to take some massive amount of damage, almost on the verge of getting knocked out, as a grenade comes out from Joker Sir, as still in pursuit. Hasn't really succeeded taking down Shapatar in this situation, but finally Joker Sir connecting that grenade, not just gets one, but instead gets 2 knocks, as Sensi2 coming in for aid of his teammates, but somehow has managed to dodge that grenade. Can he finish off Joker over here?
Sensi was trying to hold on for dear life. Joker Sir spots him out though, and will most likely finish him up right here. Jigsaw has been finished as well, leaving Kurama as the last man standing, I believe, for Team Grounders. Won't be for long with that. There'll be Molly coming in as well. 52x Rage have been eliminated, and Grounders will follow suit. It's like A spark is lit, the action, it's continuously following through, especially with this circle shift going further downwards, away from Freestyle, away from TUF, and away from teams like QWERTY who were waiting in their compound for that circle to come through. I'll have to see how these teams are able to respond now. I really think, again, something that we've seen across the last few Super Weekends has been in the timing of these rotations in the mid-circles, where teams wait for each other, but oh no, what is this? Tyrant just bombed his own teammate? That hurts.
Alright. You know, when things are going south, everything kind of just does not work out the way you've thought, but somehow damage has been mitigated a little bit. Tyrant somehow spotting out Hassan. What was he even thinking to be entering in like this? And such a careless step costing heavily for the players of FMR3D.
And really, these small mistakes is what we want to see avoided. Expect teams to have a lot more freedom, yes, because it's day one, but freedom doesn't mean critical errors can be made, and that's an error that gets FMxR3D out of this current lobby. Now you've got TUF making giant strides as they look to get into the center of the circle, and TMW trying to contest that. They get shut down by Thor. QWERTY at the same time trying to make the moves happen. This has been an long-standing rivalry between QWERTY and Magnus across this entire lobby, continuously contesting for that spot, and neither of them really finding the win, though this might be the moment for Magnus. Both players that were downed finished off with one nade, and now Cairo will set his sights on Gravity. Gravity with a nade cooked in his hand, though it might end up bursting on his own self because he's going to get caught out from the back. Gravity knocked as well. Magnus now moving in all cut and dry, trying to get the win. But look at this. What? Clarity come on out of nowhere and finish both of them off.
Yeah, and still have all their players alive. Now, FS is quickly going to follow them after. Would want to contest their compounds, and so will the players of SALTxi8. It is going to be a battleground over here in those open compounds as Freestyle. I mean, they were just alive, they were just around, and now they're out of the server. It's all madness going on out here as Crypto, not just one but two knocks right instantly, and shows as to why he's considered or why he's named King Crypto, one of the stalwarts of the mid-game duels, right? The mid-range duels rather, because every single time you give him to play from this range, he surely delivers for his team.
Every single time indeed, and this time with the circle, if it takes that southern shift again, but SALTxi8 into focus, he might see a resurgence of those kings, and the circle takes that exact shift, though SALTxi8, they lose a member. Contesting with both TUF and MetershotxSKY for their position. It's really down to Blade, separated from his team, trying to be that X factor to try and make something happen. But again, on the borders of the circle, you've got teams like North Esports and Quantum Rage engaged in a fight, trying to just get in. You've got TUF with XGeneration and Clarity, again, lurking in the shadows. They were able to enact a successful third party once. They will for sure look to do it again.
Oh, they would definitely want to. But for now, 420 boy just taking shots at Thor's direction, just got trampled over. Or did something else happen? Because, I mean, I still can't process. It just went on. But for now, 420 boy from XGeneration has his eyes on IQ, will spot him out. The final player wipes him out of the lobby as XGeneration. This could be a really good game. The game that could propel them from their miseries. Maybe if they could get into the top 3, they could be looking at toppling over teams like Regicide, who now find themselves struggling at the 16th spot as Joker Sir is just going to be spraying left, right and center, and does not find any knock yet, though, as Clarity find themselves in a little bit of a situation over there. Uzum has been trampled as Zibyan also gets the finish. Crypto getting the knock, but Crypto somehow being saved by Refuse by the skin of his teeth. How?
Oh my god, just holding on for dear life right now. And the same case for MetershotxSKY right here, though they will not be able to make it happen. 3 teams left in the lobby as MetershotxSKY get eliminated, and SALTxi8, they're in the best position to pull off that victory. Blade continuously pressuring all the teams in front of him. knows that there's a lone standing member of the XGeneration in the shadows and knows exactly where North Esports are, but what he might not know is the location of Maxi, who's coming in from the flank trying to shut down SALTxi8.
Oh, and there you go, Blade opening it up. One of the biggest challenges for SALTxi8 in order to secure this chicken dinner has to be taking down the players of North Esports. And Crypto having finished off already, boy, it comes down to a 3v4 situation. And now North Esports, they're all struggling over here, and Maxi has to be the one who has to create all that difference. Little bit of a flag, but not in the right manner, though, not in the way they would have wanted, because the moment Maxi steps up, I think Blade can instantly follow him up. But for now, I think Blade has to play the sacrificial lamb, as Reviews and Crypto would be wanting to get inside the circle, as North Esports finally start their journey towards making it inside the zone. And Zameen on really low HP. There was a slight opening for Blade, which he clearly did not capitalize upon, as now he's just going to be lobbing grenades, but I do not think that's going to connect.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Evil Line, and it doesn't. Still though, SALTxi8, I'd say, in a very comfortable position to try and make it happen, but this next circle shift doesn't really help them out. You can see North Esports already edging their way in, trying to be the team that has the proactive control of the area, trying to secure their first winner chicken dinner, I believe, coming through with this super weekend, as well as also the fact that generally when we've seen them, they have been a team like QWERTY that struggles with getting those chickens but does deliver with terms of aggressiveness. Now come late game, in that 1v1 team fight against SALTxi8, they've done a ton of damage. They got Crypto on his knees. Review's almost done. Zameen will finish off Crypto, and surely now this is North Esports win to grab, and grab they will.
Oh, they certainly will. And now with Snow trying to charge in, and SALTxi8 under heavy difficulties, as Blade trying to keep his team alive, still manages to get that important knock, but the show is still not done yet, as he's gonna fight it against Maxi, and he will fail as Maxi delivers the final blow, as North Esports get a very valuable winner chicken dinner over here. Much needed 9 eliminations, and propel themselves up to the 13th spot. These 24 points are going to be so crucial for this team, as they've been going through such a rough times here, and the extra $500 is definitely gonna make their purse a little more heavier.
Yeah, exactly. It's just something that, of course, the money matters a lot, but more than that, like you said, the overall rankings, where this was one of the team in that 11 to 16 mark, will make a huge jump in just getting themselves away from that danger spot. At this point, your actual ranking doesn't matter as much as how close you are to that 16th spot. So this chicken dinner from North Esports, it's gonna go a long way to giving them that extra layer of security, that real safety net moving into the rest of the super weekend.
I really felt that, SALTxi8 did have a good chance. Now, what they could have really done was just flattened out the tires of North Esports, and could have entirely stopped the rotation over there, which they clearly did not, and really expected Blade to have figured out their movements, and could have instantly gotten knocked, right? He was the one who should have been providing cover fire, while Reviews and Crypto were trying to get inside the circle, and in doing so, they took hefty amount of damage, and Blade did get the knocks right over, but it was a little too late. Did not have enough to try and save his team. Did still get Snow though, a little bit of a consolation, but that was just about it. We're gonna talk more about the game of Erangel and the games to come, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL Pakistan, and of course we've just finished match 3, Blotter. A huge victory here for North Esports. I'm sure they'll be very glad having picked up that chicken dinner.
Definitely. I mean, as the day started off, I was talking with Fixes as well that for the side of North Esports, they need to really be very, very consistent, and they actually are. I mean, the previous games that we've noticed from their side, this team is absolutely looking comfortable, and this is something that I kind of discussed, or well, all right, let's not choose sides, but I do want to say I called for it that I do believe North Esports can make it, and they have.
Yeah.
They got the opportunity to be a part of this Super Weekend, and they are delivering. But then again, I don't want to jinx it. It's too early. There are 3 total days that are supposed to be played, right? And so yeah, let's just keep it plain simple. Let's not move into depth with North Esports' conversation, as I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, they're definitely looking really good and confident to perhaps be able to make it into the grand finals as well.
Yeah, exactly. And really, I think that's where North Esports will have their eyes set too, because for them it's been a tumultuous journey at best, you know, missing that first Super Weekend, coming back strong in that second Super Weekend, but really having a bit of a downfall after their day 1 performance in Super Weekend 2. Day 2 and 3 weren't as great, and again, they're looking to correct that with a great performance in Week 3. League stage coming into this particular Super Weekend now. A chicken dinner? Well, that's the greatest way to start the best things off. And now with this chicken dinner for North Esports, they would have surely lengthened that gap between themselves and their competition.
Exactly, and that is something that they're slowly but surely also trying to lengthen and cover up as well at the same time, because they are in a very precarious situation as of now, and if they're not able to get this sort of a consistent play every single game, then things are going to get difficult and heated up. I mean, this is again the same for this case of TMW, but moving away from those teams, moving on to the MVP from this match, we do have Joker from the side of TUF, 4 elimination points along with 4 knocks and 793 damage in 21 plus minutes.
Yeah, beautifully done by Joker. He's the player that has continuously been rising across the elimination charts as he looks to contest the ones at the top. But you can see the ones at the top, they're not too far behind either. Blotter, Crypto and Blade in that second, 4th spot for the top 5 players of this match.
Exactly, and between them is going to be Snow from North Esports with 5 eliminations, 455 damage. That means he was part of some third-party situations against some other team as well. But overall, it is the points that matter. It is the points that we shall be looking on to and reflecting on upon, because it's the points that lead you down the rabbit hole to get the biggest chunk of the money and maybe even represent your country.
Yeah, exactly. And really, you can see that in the head-to-head between North Esports and SALTxi8 as well, the difference in their journeys across the circle. SALTxi8 continuously across what I basically call the borderlands, you know, at the edge of the circle, in that congestion, trying to make their way through from the south and continuously taking fight after fight after fight. They'll be a little annoyed that a lot of their knocks were not translated into kills, with only 9 eliminations of those 16 knocks, but that damage dealt, man, that is literally SALTxi8 supremacy if I've ever seen it. Again, over 100 points gap, I think, between them and their immediate opposition, just no contest to the Kings.
Absolutely, and with that, as we move on through to the match summary, this is going to be showcasing these perfectly synergistic play that was SALTxi8's side, and along with that, of course, we do have 420 boy as from QWERTY, as well as TUF Edgar, and North Esports is no. So for the side of SALTxi8 as well as QWERTY and TUF, these teams have been, in fact, all right, let's rectify that sentence. It is going to be SALTxi8 and TUF. QWERTY have had their ups and downs, but SALTxi8 and TUF, since the past 4-5 games that I've been noticing them, they are just on a climb, right? Yeah. And there is definitely no nothing that it seems like is going to be able to stop them in this league.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, most definitely, but I think QWERTY as well, number 1 in their first match, top few teams coming in from the second, and now top 5 in the third with 8 eliminations to boot. Clearly they're rising up the charts and setting themselves up for that peak in the grand finals, I really believe, where teams like SALTxi8 and QWERTY will really, we expect to immediately just come in full force, and that's where the test will be, I think, for teams that have proved themselves with respect to the general super weekends and league stage in TUF, in freestyle sometimes for that matter, or even like teams like we've seen MetershotxSKY starting to rise up. The grand finals will be their true test because they'll be feeling the pressure. Will they be able to find that same performance? We'll have to see, but we've still got plenty of time for that. We are now going to be heading on to the Oppo F21 Pro moments. By the way, about the F21 Pro, out the 11th of April. The date is sneaking up on us, so make sure you guys don't miss it.
Dude, again, I forgot to ask Pixis what his plan was, but never mind. I mean, we are going to be able to get that opportunity, but right now, these teams, few of them are not really going to be able to get this sort of an opportunity again, because this is going to be a do and die situation that they find themselves in, and a few of them definitely capitalizing, like the sides of SALTxi8. Definitely on the other front is going to be MetershotxSKY players as well, as they are slowly but surely taking on fights, taking on points, and again, steadily pacing themselves through this league. Same is the case for the side of FMX as well, but this is a conversation that we've had in the past. Is it a bit too late for the side of this team?
That really has been the concern, and we'll have to see if that concern can be placated by their performances in the rest of the matches that we have today. Seems unlikely, not gonna lie, but hey, anything can happen in PUBG Mobile, and that's why we really love to watch it. But looking towards these F21 Pro moments, you can really see what I was talking about with respect to that journey of SALTxi8 into the circle. Fight after fight, team after team, they laid down to rest to get to that final circle. But MetershotxSKY able to stand strong in their shadows and shut them down.
Absolutely, and with that, as we have a look at these final few moments of the game itself, of course, we did see the side of SALTxi8 stand along for the longest they could, but again, I mean, to our surprise, it is MetershotxSKY jumping in to get that chicken dinner, and of course, the $500 that's going to make their bank a little heavy, but again, that is not what this team is here for, is what I want to say. This team is here to prove their worth, and they are wanting to show that every fight that they take, and they are doing that as well. On the other front, as you did mention MetershotxSKY, I mean, I completely agree with you, by the way. The fact that you did point out that is absolutely going to be so very important to bring up. But also on the other front, I mean, when it comes down to the side of MetershotxSKY, one thing that pretty much always throughout the entire 2-week, 3-week league that we've been a part of right now is the fact that, you know, this team is always able to, if nothing else, find those placement points. And those placement points is what this team's backbone is made of. And here they are. I mean, only 200 damage done throughout the entirety of the game, but they are sitting on that 4th position.
Yeah, exactly. Very consistent in their way to be able to continuously sneak into that top mark, you know, and that's where they're able to find the value. And that's why I want to see teams really that are towards the bottom find these small tendencies and attack them.
Exactly.
Because we've seen MetershotxSKY in Sanhok as well that we've got coming up. When they have the early contest against 52x Rage, they usually struggle with that. And for a team that is looking to find some early momentum, teams like MetershotxSKY, who are brilliant in the late game but not as great in the early, might be a ripe pick.
Well. It is definitely going to be a very long weekend for these teams, I believe. You know, when the pressure level rises so much that time itself slows down for you, right? That is where you know for a fact that things are going to get trickier. And well, for now, the side of first page at least the site is looking very good. The site is looking very comfortable for these teams. As we move on through to the second page, let's see what is going to be the story that is going to be created right there.
Yeah, and I really want to see how much of a leapfrog MetershotxSKY has been able to make. So yeah, 2 spots into that 13th place. Though looking at Freestyle's run of form, it's not looking too hard right now for MetershotxSKY. Really, you can see almost double the matches played for Freestyle, but just that 30-point difference, really showing you how far MetershotxSKY has come in the 2 super weekends they played. But when you go further down, XGeneration and TMW, they're starting to look like they're in real trouble, man. They need to step it up.
They definitely do. I mean, it is looking like they are almost on the precipice to not be able to make it. But one thing that stops me from saying that 100% is the fact that there are 2 days still remaining. 10 games in total. 10 times you will be dropping onto that battleground. You will be given all the opportunities that the other teams are given as well to make it count. And yeah, so I definitely root for the next remaining games. What has happened till now, forget everything, forget where you're at on the leaderboard. Just keep one thing in mind, that we have to finish in the top 5. Simple. That is the only way you're going to be able to progress. That too is going to get really tricky and really close based on the points and the stats. But yeah, that's the only attitude that can make you survive in these sort of strenuous situations that these teams are in.
Really, and like you said, they've got to just take it game by game and try to enact that attitude. They've got to just be focused on what they can achieve together and somehow pull it off, because at this point the somehow factor, it's exponentially increasing game by game. The idea that you're losing the grip on your chances to qualify for that super weekend towards the start of day 1 very high, towards the end of day 1 if your performance is not so great, not so high whatsoever. And that's where teams like, they have 2 more matches left in day 1 to make their mark. I hope they are able to do so.
Absolutely. With that, we move on through to Sanhok, the 4th game that is going to be played for the day. And again, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, we've seen some very interesting change of pace in the lobby, especially when it comes to it being the 4th game of the day altogether. We've seen some real big blowbacks showcased as well on this map. And we've seen some comebacks from teams that were not performing. So an X factor pretty much is what this map holds for these teams. But which team will be able to, stick it and get that chicken dinner for themselves? Will it be one of these underperforming ones who have not really had the wonderful pace that they would have liked to in the league? Or is it going to be one of those dominating ones that are sitting on the top of the leaderboard? For now, one thing is certain, that it is going to be an aggressive one. It is definitely going to be a bloody one between these teams, because they are determined. They are wanting to utilize every opportunity, every information to just get them eliminations.
And I have a small plea to MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage. Recent times we've seen them in Sanhok, they have not gone for the Paradise Resort early fight. Please go back to Paradise Resort. We all love seeing that early fight,
in fact, while I was just going on this rant about Sanhok, I was thinking about that same exact thought, and I decided not to talk about it because I just did not want to have that happen again. I mean, 52x Rage, yes, I love the aggression from the side of that team, but every single time, that's just like, being a kid, being like a 5-year-old kid that I want it, and I want it, and I want it, and I want it, and I want it, till the time you don't hurt yourself, and you still want it, and then you realize, all right, you know what? All right, we've tried enough. We've broken a bone and a finger or 2. So let's now decide to go on to a different
the thing
journey.
Is, they tried that.
I don't know.
They went to Lakavi one game.
They tried that as well. Yes.
Every time they went to Paradise Resort and fought early, they would win. One game they went to Lakavi, I think they got eliminated outside the top 10. So maybe it's time to just go back and fight. Like, as just screw the fact that you might want to play it safe, just go for it early.
But the best part about all of this, all right, with that, of course, the most important part is going to be that the match is live. But what I was going to say is that the best part about all of this is the fact that, if at all, we've got people who've been watching since the past 3 weeks itself, they will definitely notice. You and I have been mentioning this again and again. When it comes to the 3rd week, just wait for that super weekend. Wait for that final day. Fixes mentioned it as well, because there are going to be a lot of those third parties. There are going to be a crazy amount of rivalries that are going to be contested against each other. And again, if you're calling for it, then maybe this is the map and the match where that might be delivered from these Pakistani teams.
Quite possibly, Blotter, I have to say. Right now, just standard Fruit Ninja flight path, slicing the map in 2 almost perfectly. You can see the PUBG Mobile gods today came in the mood for some symmetry. Though, will that symmetrical nature come through in these teams' gameplay? Will they think along the same lines and go for the same draws? We'll have to see, as the answer seems to be most likely no. 52x Rage are going for Mongnai, I believe. Will not be going anywhere near Paradise Resort. So, no early contestations, it seems like, between any of these teams. They've spread up nice and dandy all across the map, but this northern circle coming through, this will most certainly spice things up, potentially even give us a Paradise Resort ending.
It definitely is a possibility, and when it comes down to that paradise, there are a lot of teams that are going to be converting that into living hell for the teams around. But in all, the teams are still, they're still pretty fanned and spread out. So some early blood contestations are highly unlikely. But overall, when it comes to the teams themselves, they're all looking very much comfortable in their own drop locations. No contestations, no crazy fights, no contesting for the drops, nothing of that sort. They're just slowly easing themselves into this match, into this fight, because it is map of Sanhok. So once those fights start taking place, which again, we don't have to wait for too long, I don't think. As soon as they start, we know for a fact that the third party situations are also going to be chiming in along. And that is something that few of these teams, like the ones that are on our screens, TMW, they don't want to be a part of that. They rather would want to stay as far away from those third party contestations as they possibly could. Maybe even try the Metershot way. Stay out in the blues, wait till 10 teams are remaining, jump in, get some elimination points, get that chicken dinner.
Most definitely.
Actually, I shouldn't have said it like that. No, I shouldn't have said it like that. Now, on hindsight, I'm thinking, yeah, that's a little demotivating. Correction. That's not what I meant to say. Just play a safe game is what I meant.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what teams should understand from that. At this point, being able to survive till that later moment can really add a layer of value to your fights, because of the nature of it, it becomes a lot more impactful. But talking about impactful, right now I am noticing the XGeneration MetershotxSKY inching ever so close to each other, and 52x Rage will definitely have in mind that MetershotxSKY will go to Paradise Resort. So maybe we see them going in for the rotation, trying to catch MetershotxSKY off guard and take the fight anyways. And to add to that, a team that we always see coming into third party this situation is usually TUF. Now they're in the vicinity. They're going to all congest around that Paradise Resort outskirts area. So really at this point, it's a wealthy stack of haystacks all the way across Sanhok. All it needs is one spark to light it up, one brave soul to take that initial shot.
Well, we are only 3 minutes into the game itself, and definitely are waiting to see where the first drop of blood is going to be brought on this map of Sanhok. For now, as we did see on the map, teams are slowly but surely getting closer and closer to each other, and as they do, it is going to get that much more closer for us to be, well, again, enjoying the game, as fights is what we wait for on these battlegrounds. And this being Sanhok, we won't have to wait for long, because the side of FMxR3D, since the start of the day itself, we have seen them many a times in so many different positions and situations where they were the ones who were the early aggressors, and rightfully so, because this is their moment to outshine. And it is, again and again, I keep on saying it like a broken record, if it's a bit too late or not or whatever, but never mind all that conversation, because right now what matters is for FMxR3D to regain that lost prowess that they had, that lost synergy that they had, and now it is pretty much happening right in front of us. So that itself is a really good thing to be a part of.
Definitely is, Blotter. FMxR3D, the team we were talking about, now on our screens and currently situated on the western side of Paradise Resort. As you can see, teams have really grouped up around the resort, ready to turn Paradise Resort into Blood Resort real quick. But that's going to happen on the northern side first. 52x Rage coming in from Mongnai on the rotation to capture this northern area. Spotted out by Star. It's 52x Rage who found that initial knock on God Fury, but they themselves taking a decent chunk of damage. Can't really aggress in immediately, and Daku being down. The trade comes through towards Sultana. Pharaoh is trying to set up the revive, but faster is way too quick. Already finds the elimination for 52x Rage, and now God Fury under pressure as well. It looks like 52x Rage might pick up an early wipe, Blotter.
Well, Team Star are not having a good day. This is the second time, yes, this is the second time that I'm noticing them getting caught off as they tried to make that early fight for themselves, or that rotation for themselves. The information just swooping away from them. And for now, it is definitely looking like a fight that 52X are definitely in control of, in contestation of. Also, the fact that they've got the cover of the compounds working for them. And for now, for Team Star, it has slowed down a little. But again, I mean, they have showcased us some very aggressive stances earlier. I mean, with taking on fights against the players of Clarity itself was a big undertaking that we have seen Team Star do, that we have seen 52X Rage do as well. So it is going to be a very close contestation between these two, but eventually when it comes to the position and the way 52X Rage are aggressing on along, this is going to be a little tricky one, because the cover of the wall will definitely help Team Star, but the firing rate and the firing power that 52X Rage have, with the numbers advantage working in that team's favor, is definitely going to be the cause of a concern for Team Star. In doing so, they will be easily eliminating one by one all the players of Team Star, with only God Fury left onto the side flanks. And he's going to actually retaliate to that. He's not interested in falling back for some lousy placement points. No. He's interested in getting some retaliation, getting some shots showcased, and he will definitely damage a little bit of the positioning of 52X Rage, as Faster has been knocked. But a 1v1 between these two players, and that is going to be the end, thanks to Daku. It is going to be Team Star getting eliminated in the first 7 minutes of the game itself. And as we move on away from that fight, we've got the side of SALTxi8 very close, very, very close to the proximity of freestyle.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing on the map, Team Grounders was in the water, so we might have some action over there in the north real quick too. But right now, it is, yeah, actually towards that north area itself. TMW around the western side of Tatmok, they have Team Grounders behind them who might sneak up real quick, but currently their attention is on North Esports, on their just left area. Trying to come into a more central part of the circle is North Esports, but currently stopped in that track by the side of TMW, who really need a win. Really, nothing short of a chicken dinner, I think, can bring back the mojo for this team. They need to make it happen. But talking about making it happen, another team that needs that mojo, Regicide, finding a knock onto Clarity. Can they convert it into more?
Well, this is a good one. This is really a different breeze on the map of Sanhok, with Regicide taking on shots against the players of Clarity, catching them off guard, and getting Teen Wolf, one of their most important critical players as when it comes to the fights. He's the man who is actually leading the charge and letting the team know. But right now it seems like it is going to be Regicide who's definitely going to be leading the charge and letting the side of Clarity know that yeah, we're not fooling around, mates. I mean, you might be, but we are not. We are here to definitely undermine you and bring in some elimination points for ourselves. So that first knock was given away. Again, Teen Wolf has moved away from his teammates as well, so it's going to be very tough for him to be able to give that for his teammates to give that revival. On the other side, though, the fight has kind of slowed down, as that early contestation was only based on the fact that Clarity were not paying attention. But now, as they do, they have moved back into safer angles, and Regicide is left out hanging.
They're hanging, and they're certainly not feeling comfortable, because they've got eyes on them from the south, from the east, and from the northwest as well, if you count QWERTY, to be honest, because QWERTY have got their attention on many spots at the moment. But with the circle finally starting to complete its closing in period, we've got 5 seconds to go before we figure out where that next circle is going to shift, and takes a centralized shift. So again, teams not really going to be feeling quite necessarily trigger happy. They are going to be playing as safe as they were before. The only area where we might see the action erupting is towards that bridge into the main island, where Quantum Rage around Hatin will try to make their move, and most likely North Esports will be able to stop them.
Absolutely. Again, a little bit of a slowdown in terms of how teams are wanting to approach this map, this fight. As of now, as we look on to the side of Paradise, we are looking at teams just holding on to the positions for now. Again, going back to the fight that just took place, where of course Regicide were the ones who got that early elimination against 420 Boy from the side of Clarity Esports. That has also slowed down a tad, as we can see on the mini-map though. Regicide have created a little bit of a flank angle. They've got a little bit of a cover story being created as well. From Nocto as one side, we do have Insane Johnny on the other flanks as well. So it is going to get trickier as the zone progresses on, but nothing to worry about for both of these teams. Or rather, there is one thing to worry about. They are on the map of Sanhok, so that would imply for the team that is out in the open, as soon as they start taking shots on Clarity, they will be given away audio cues. Clarity knows where they're at, but they've got the comfort of the compound. But that's not the case for Regicide. So if Regicide's players, and we saw how flanked out they are, if they end up getting caught in a third-party situation, that entire aggressive approach that they've got going on against the side of Clarity could very well backfire, because they're so far out. Being able to revive your teammate also would become almost next to impossible.
Yeah, exactly. And it becomes quite a difficult proposition to be able to undertake. We'll have to see how teams are able to make it happen. Now, Edgar, very safe on that bike. You know, not the usual speeds I see bikes going, but he's the exact opposite when it comes to that gun in his hand. It has been one of the crucial players for TUF in their meteoric rise across the last 1 week. But TUF today, I wouldn't say they've looked bad. They just not looked like they're on that meteoric rise anymore. They have come to a firm stop with respect to the growth, but still looking just as outstanding and just as top tier worthy as they were in the last week.
They definitely are. After that initial fight of Team Star getting eliminated, the lobby has quieted down quite a lot. 12 minutes in on the map of Sanhok, and all the teams are playing it really, really safe, and so far apart they still are from each other. But then again, this is the second zone. As the zone will start constricting and forcing these teams to take on those fights, that's when perhaps things could get a little crazy. Right now, the only team that I do see that could maybe fall down or take on fights is going to be the side of the Grounders and TmW. They are up north towards Tatmok, and it is the side of Grounders actually who are making a rotation from Khao. So as they do, they could very well be spotted from the compounds that TmW are in, and maybe contestation could maybe ensue over there. But apart from them, all the other teams are still very much fanned out and nowhere close to be able to get those shots. But again, the zone is what will dictate those fights, and here we go. The zone is going to start constricting, and this is where the teams are going to be forced to leave the position that they're in and get into the safety of that compound or the zone in the open. Either way, you know it is going to get a lot bloodier than it was in the next few minutes.
Oh, most certainly. Really ready to light right up is this current situation in the lobby. With all of the teams trying to make it into that circle, it's created this set of dominoes with respect to those fights now. A single one will trigger a lot more, and right now we've got one erupting between Clarity and Regicide. Nocto doesn't get knocked out, while Clarity's 420 boy, he goes down quite low, but Regicide, Nocto and Johnny stuck behind one same rock with their health bars quite low. A perfect nade here from Zibyan could get them to meet their maker, but he decides against it. Instead pulls out his gun looking for the spray instead.
Well, for now, again, it is Regicide who were in the open, who are being damaged quite a lot. Drawlin's perfectly set up nades are given a little bit of damage, but Johnny is around to give Nocto the revive that he needs. But as he does, of course, Drawlin will not want to let that opportunity go, will not allow even a second of advantage to the side of Regicide. But one thing that now Drawlin has done is he has got now in the open, and as he does, of course, well, that actually helped him, it favored him in fact, because he definitely got that knock. But as I was saying, up on top behind was the cover that Regicide had in terms of the teammates, and in doing so, in being over aggressive, not necessarily, but definitely being greedy, Drawlin has given away his life, and now his teammates are left with just a two-man army.
Now you can see though, the way Johnny is stuck in the circle, Not going to be able to make the moves with Clarity continuously beating down on them. And this will mean if the longer these two teams stall, the longer they are going to take damage. So you can see Regicide, they're trying to make the moves, corner around and get Clarity stuck in this spot. They found Zibian, knocked him out, and suddenly was most likely spot and finish out Zibian as well. Now 420 boy all on his lonesome outside the window, his location known as well. Was trying to make the moves happen. He's got the backup of Insane, and together they will be able to shut down 420 boy. That's the end of Clarity in Sanhok, as we are down yet another team. The decisive move made from Regicide when they needed it the most to clear out Clarity and now get their focus on the rotations.
Absolutely. And now it is going to be Freestyle and the players of MetershotxSKY. They're not really having a good day, but this moment, this position that Kian has, along with his teammates in the back, is maybe going to be an advantageous one. Because, I mean, Metershot, of course, we've seen them loving the Paradise Resort. Now, those flank angles could very well be brought to the test from the side of Freestyle. But right now, it is going to be Kian and his X-facting advantage that has absolutely not helped him. And yeah, this is just something that FS absolutely predicted, I guess, and they were just absolutely on point. But of course, not so easy is what Metershot is going to make it for the side of FS, because they did take damage, but not before they retaliated against that. And in doing so, FS has been brought down to a one-man squad. MetershotxSKY, they were very, very fast in retaliating and pushing against that push from FS, and in doing so, again, like I said, one-man army is what Freestyle is left with in a matter of seconds. And not even that. Freestyle getting eliminated on the 14th spot with 0 elimination, or rather 0 points basically. And that leaves us, of course, with 13 teams. But FS, you know, mostly we would see teams' performances growing and going up the ladder. For FS, it's odd because it's actually going down.
Yeah, exactly. For FS, they were the Week 1 league stage champions, but since then, let alone chicken dinners, they've not found the top half of the page consistently. Even again, knocked out quite early, they'll be stuck in that bottom half. We've got quite a few teams from the bottom half right now trying to ply their trade in the lobby. Now, Regicide are a team that were stuck in the circle because of the fight with Clarity. With the southern shift coming through, it should give them a little more ease of access, but unbeknownst to them, QWERTY is waiting in that southern side of the circle, trying to hold them out. Similarly, TmwEsports, keeping Quantum Rage in their eyes as they occupy that northern corner of the circle and try to deny Quantum Rage their entrance from their spot. It'll be easier said than done. The moment you expose yourself, you face pressure, you face bullets coming in from other sources.
That is the beauty and disgust of being a part of Sanhok. It's just the way it is. You take on fights, but you end up always giving away audio cues and getting retaliated against a fight that you started. So yeah, the circle comes entirely complete on the map of Sanhok. And talking about the circles itself, I am waiting because this is the 4th zone. 20 minutes in, we've still got 49 players alive, 13 teams surviving. And from this 4th zone onwards, I want to be able to jump in from one fight to the next. And it seems like this is going to be finally that change of pace that I was waiting for.
Well, look at this. Kian in a spot where can go for the revive on Ash, albeit with the circle starting to put a lot of pressure on them. He's going to have to make a smarter call to just leave that area, instead go for the placement points like we've seen MetershotxSKY do plenty at times. But TUF, they will leave no corner in check, going in aggressively. Edgar on a dominating streak as TUF try to hunt down 52x Rage as well. Pharaoh's been downed and Pain will not be left too far behind. Daku caught off, being unable to help his teammates as 52x Rage in a flurry of seconds get caught out by TUF's brilliant charge, and TUF now will look to finish it off with some nade parades, finish off Daku and get the rest of their team on, but doesn't come through. Instead, Daku gets a beautiful nade, slows down TUF's charge, and will try now to get the revive on his teammates. But can he do it? Because the nades are continuously coming through.
Well, definitely a lot of damage has been done from the side of 52X Rage, but they have also received equal amount of damage onto their team's numbers as well. But right now, for the side of TUF, this is a sigh of relief. I mean, they have the elimination points working for them. They thankfully also have been able to get those revivals, even though they were not prepared for that push coming in and rush coming in from the side of 52X Rage. They have been able to hold it steady, get the revival done, and now it's their time to retaliate. And in doing so, 52X Rage are damaged quite badly because they have been brought down to just that one-man army. That's going to be Daku. But in that kill feed, look at that. MetershotxSKY, my man, that team is still rocking across from one elimination to the next. That team completely dominated the side of QR, but not before they themselves got third party from FMX.
Look at this. Thor trying to move in, and he's stuck in the circle, and he's got XGeneration right in front of him. Bashir doesn't even check. Bashir will get knocked down. Thor able to hold on. Still, the blue zone will most likely finish him off, so that will be the end of Thor's journey. But he's done his job, and actually that might just be the end of TUF's journey, because Edgar is even behind Thor. Has got plenty of first aid, so might go for that healing battle, but it's a little early, I'd say, to be going on for that. So wouldn't be surprised if he actually hops on into the bucky and tries to get closer. But right now we've got 8 teams in the lobby left blotted, and one team with some compound control in the circle, which is QWERTY. Every other team has got to play it out in the open.
That's a good thing. This is what the side of QWERTY were waiting for to showcase to the lobby, and it seems they are. And also, I mean, Kian, look at that, MetershotxSKY. He is also getting a lot of elimination points for his team. 5 kills confirmed to his name already. So a decent pace definitely being showcased. But I have to say, this has been an underperforming Sanhok for me, because the way these teams took the fights, I mean, actually commendable, really, really well commendable for all of these teams, because they have extended the map of Sanhok quite amazingly, and 8 teams still surviving with 23 minutes is where we are at. But now it is going to be the side of Regicide who, as they try to get into the zone, as you perfectly mentioned, it is QWERTY sitting at a perfect spot to be able to stop any team in their tracks.
Moving in even so more aggressively is QWERTY, trying to deny every single team, willing to stand up in the open and take them fights because they know the blue zone is assisting them, but they do end up paying in that regard with Gravity being knocked down. FMxR3D and MetershotxSKY, they're fighting back. Regicide, they've taken plenty of damage from the circle and will finally be eliminated, a result of their early fight against Clarity. Unfortunately not able to make it in. And TUF, you've got Edgar going on the healing battle, now chiming in the fight as well. Decided to take a space shot at FMxR3D, and he pays with his price. 4 teams left on the charts, and it's Zameen being eliminated as MetershotxSKY get away too. But these lone members of TUF and MetershotxSKY, they did plenty of damage to FMxR3D, on the basis of which QWERTY will now capitalize. They've downed Shaw, the car will get blown up, and he's taken down quite low, and at this point he's more or less dead. There's no way he gets revived.
Absolutely, there is no way that will be possible on the other front. 3 teams remaining. Team QWERTY, as you had mentioned earlier, the placement, their positioning definitely helped them to move and sustain themselves all the way into the top 3. But right now they are damaged. The gravity of their team is down and being pulled across, and that is now going to be retaliated against the players of Metershot. But Metershot themselves have a little bit of trouble of their own. Their SALTxi8 is trying to stop, and he will perfectly set up nade. It is Gravity as well as Team QWERTY is another player who will be down. So it's just one man army, and that is going to be Destroyer. Now Destroyer has to hold this fort to his team, but Metershot, they have been able to get the teammates revived, and as they push on, just a one-man squad against the players of Metershot, not going to be an advantageous position. 13 elimination points confirmed for the side of Metershot. This is definitely looking like it's going to be their game, but they still do have these 2 players to get through. That is going to be Hassan OP and Pika from FMX.
Oh, look at this, the circle is constricting quite so fast. MetershotxSKY, they've got the numbers advantage, sure, but FMxR3D, they've got the util in their favor and the locations. They spread out nice and tight, which means they're less vulnerable to nades as compared to MetershotxSKY, who are feeling the brunt of this damage. The Molotov not able to land as well. Hassan OP able to cook yet another, moving it in, but just not able to make that push happened just yet. FMxR3D, they're holding their front. The circle has shifted towards them, which means MetershotxSKY have to come out to the rock, and they come out in style. Ash will find one knock, and the team will finish off Hassan OP real quick, most likely, as he's left with barely any HP. Coming in on both flanks, MetershotxSKY, Halsey and Khatir pushing in. Hassan OP trying to get the heal on, but he's not got the time. Khatir will come around from his back and secure that winner chicken dinner for MetershotxSKY Esports.
Well, that was a wonderful game for the side of MetershotxSKY, along with, of course, the team that tried to retaliate against them. But, well, this is something that MetershotxSKY needed as well. The entire day was just running away from them. I don't know if I jinxed them or not or what, but when the day started off, I had this conversation with Fixes where I was like, you know, since the past 3 weeks, we're looking at MetershotxSKY do the exact same thing on the map of Erangel and others also kind of, where they try and stick out in the blues, take it slow, and, you know, then just rush in and get the kills, elimination points for themselves. Well, this time around, they've changed that pace in the final weekend, and that is helping them definitely with the huge margins.
Yeah, exactly. And in that regard, really MetershotxSKY once again proving that Sanhok is a map of comebacks. You know, we've seen this team struggle a lot in the recent weeks. Even in week 3 league stage, they didn't really have that meteoric performance that we see from them time and time again. But day 1 of the Super Weekend, they get yet another chicken dinner in the bag, and I think that puts them on par with SALTxi8 for highest chicken dinners across all of the Super Weekends, if I'm not mistaken, and really shows you what this team is capable of when it comes to that late game. You give MetershotxSKY 4 players and a spot in this circle, they are more likely than not going to get that chicken dinner.
That is the best way to describe MetershotxSKY. Absolutely nothing going to be changed in that sentence. But one thing to add on is going to be, it's time to take a short little break. We'll be right back with some more conversations and the final game. Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
And we are back, and so is the side of MetershotxSKY with a vengeance actually, because the previous game they delivered some massive punches to their opponents, and in doing so they definitely walked away with a high frag and chicken dinner for their side, and that is going to definitely be helping their cause, because in the end, the cause is to stick yourself in the safest position in the top 16 as you qualify and move on into the grand finals itself. Right now, there is still a contestation because there are 2 teams that are, if I'm not mistaken, there is one H2E and I believe there's another one that is still in the top 10 position, and that team is not playing this Super Weekend. So there is still an opportunity, there's still a chance for the other teams to be able to steal that position from them. But it's a lot harder than you think, because getting points in this lobby has turned out to be real hurdle, because from one team to the next, every single game, it's a different storyline. From the start of the day, MetershotxSKY Esports, they were just barely surviving through, and not only that, I mean, CA mentioned it as well. It is not only today, but the league play that we saw from them in week 3 also was a little damaged, but now it is looking like that's not really the case. They're just playing some mind games.
Now, really, I think for MetershotxSKY, it's about consistency, whether they can deliver this again and again. Because, again, remember, they're a team in the top 6, right? Chicken dinners for them don't really matter as much as the $500, which, to be frank, is quite a lot. But, of course, besides that, what really matters to them, not their rankings, rather their momentum, their form, and their ability to pull out chicken dinners like this going into that finals week. And really in that regard, for FMxR3D, you can see that clear difference between MetershotxSKY and FMxR3D when it comes to the late game, where MetershotxSKY, they're very precise in their approach, they're very direct about how they want to take the fights, and because of that, because of the fact that they dictate the tempo to such a large extent, they more or less dominated every single time.
They absolutely did. That is so very true, of course. And with that, they are going to be getting a massive jump and boost as well. As CA did mention earlier, when it comes down to the elimination points that this team has been able to accumulate for themselves, they are in high contestation with the teams who are on the top of the leaderboard. With that, as you move on through to the match summary for this game of Sanhok, we do have the side of Metershot just completely obliterating the entirety of the competition with their stats spread across this, but there is still Big Bossu from the side of TMW with the longest distance elimination set at 200 on Sanhok.
Yeah, and at this point, really, for MetershotxSKY, I think the match summary perfectly shows us what we were all talking about, which is, well, if you give them enough room, if you really give them the freedom and the time to play the way they want to, they're going to dominate, man. You can see that in the summary all throughout. Eliminations, assists, knocks, damage, all to MetershotxSKY. And even in that distance aspect, the second play is going to them, showing you that they're involved in every single way, which is not surprising considering they get that 30-point chicken dinner, a massive one for them coming out here. But for me, immediately, my eyes go to the teams that are in the bottom half. So FMxR3D, North Esports, Regicide, all of these three teams with a decent game, but in that regard, Team Grounders, TMW, XGeneration, Magnus, not the best of games, and Freestyle even Blotter, number 16th, under tremendous pressure for that Grand Finals cutoff.
That is true. I mean, since the start of the day, actually, we've got SALTxi8 right there in the bottom of the leaderboard. We've got QWERTY, who were looking not so good as well as FS. And again, I mean, such big names that we're looking at the bottom of that leaderboard when it comes to the final Super Weekend. But then again, don't let that fool you, because when it comes to what matters, they have it all tick marked. You talk about SALTxi8, they're leading this charge with more than 100 points, if I'm not wrong. At least 70 plus points. And never mind that conversation though, moving on through with MetershotxSKY, a team that loves to always go down to that Paradise Resort. As CA did mention earlier, they found that exact same spot this time around as well. They did have a little bit of contestation against the players of Freestyle, but they were easily able to hunker them down. And again, I mean, CA, if we talk about that fight, dude, the fight that FS tried to take against the players of Metershot right there, how would you rate that fight? How would you judge that fight? Because I would say it was a very poor fight, the way they took it.
Yeah, I mean, I think really for Freestyle, it has just been questionable decisions after questionable decisions. But looking at MetershotxSKY's rotation, you can see, I mean, there was not really much of a rotation, was there, Blotter? They started at Paradise Resort, they just, you know, chilled there, had a nice vacation for a while, till the circle eventually shifted out from them, and then they picked up their beach hats, their margaritas, and like, okay, let's go on a stroll and kill some people, guys. We'll get back to the margaritas in a second.
Exactly, and that's exactly what they did indeed. And in doing so, well, they were awarded the chicken dinner. How about that? Yeah. You chill around on the map of Sanhok and you get a chicken dinner. Easily done, no questions asked whatsoever for their side. But now, questions are going to get raised, because the entire first day, we've had a lot of ups and downs situation. For the side of North Esports, things have been very consistent. Same kind of is the case for FMxR3D as well. Regicide side have had massive ups and massive lows as well. So let's see what this final game has in store for us, and that will conclude this day number 1 of this final Super Weekend right here at PMPL. And what storyline will it be dictating for tomorrow?
Oh boy, we'll have to see, Blotter, with the way this match 5 is going to go. I think it's really going to decide what kind of storyline we're going to be seeing. But I think one thing is set in stone. Freestyle, they're right now in freestyle downwards. They're going continuously down. Really, at this point, they're going to have to find a way to correct the acceleration that they've got going down and somehow make it go up, because otherwise the narrative across this weekend is going to be from League 1 week stage champions to not making it to Super Weekend. Sorry, not making it to Grand Finals. That's a big yikes, man.
Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not do that to them because there's still a high chance for their comeback and things to kind of fan out all right for them. Let's just keep it on that positive light because, yeah, if that ends up happening, then the entire Pakistani lobby, I would say, is undergoing a transformation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where we're getting to see a lot of the players really shine because they're showing their ability to be able to stay strong through that transformation, you know, to be able to play under multiple different styles, to be able to pull off multiple different maneuvers. And really, that's something you can achieve with F21 Pro as well. Blotter, quite diverse and, of course, sleek in itself. It's coming through on that 11th of April. We're quite close to it. It will also be the day, I believe, yeah, it will be the day we find out which teams have made it to the grand finals. So when it comes to setting up that grand finals, ain't no better way than you're getting yourself an F21 Pro.
Absolutely. And well, what do you know? We started off 3 weeks ago, and now as the journey comes closer and closer to the end, we're looking at all of these teams who have grown so much, from the side of TUF to the case of 52X Rage to the consistency that has kind of lacked a little bit for the side of Team QWERTY. Overall though, again, these teams have been sensational and phenomenal in terms of the storyline that they've created for ourselves as well as the viewers, of course. But right now, this FMxR3D is the team that needs to, well, I don't know, let's not even say their name because I don't know what to anticipate from their side. Let them play their game, same for Reg's side, and I just hope that they walk away with at least $1,000 in the bank from this chicken dinner, or rather, sorry, from this Super Weekend.
And I think really we are seeing a bit of a resurgence from FMxR3D. You can see they finished in the second spot with 9 finishes to boot, and not that bad from Reg's side themselves. Top 6 with 4 finishes, you know. So it's some decent points picked up by those two teams. Even North Esports having a decent run for the money. But I really want to see TmW step up for that matter. I want to see XGeneration step up for that matter. And honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's the same story from Super Weekend 2. What the heck happened to Quantum Rage, man? Because one narrative is Freestyle League 1 week stage champions to not making it to Super Weekend. Now look at Quantum Rage. It's just been downhill, downhill, downhill. At one point, they were the leaders of this ranking for almost 2 continuous days. But now they're just not finding any move at all working out for them.
Yep. That is true. That is true indeed. And that has been the storyline for the entire Pakistani lobby, is what I would say. The ups and downs that are being showcased in the way the teams have played their ups and downs itself. Look at Team H2E right there, sitting on the 7th position very comfortably. But the way this team started in the week number 1, I mean, you remember that, right? There was no way that we could have said that this team will, in 2 weeks, be sitting on the 7th position in the overall ranking, 240 plus points, and then decide to not be a part of that final Super Weekend because they don't want the pressure.
Yeah.
This is just absolutely, like I said, the entire Pakistani region's lobby and the way we talk about the teams, I think, is going to change post this PMPL season.
Oh, most definitely, Blotter. And really that change is going to result in something fantastic. Right now, I think that is a long way to go, so we'll have to see if teams can currently enact that change themselves. 50MW, a small move they made, finally crossed 3x, though honestly at this point doesn't mean much, you know, because 3x has been at the worst of form when it comes to PMPL. They're not even in the Super Weekend. So again, TMW, all eyes on you, because you guys are the only ones who can make it interesting, you know, in the top 16. If TMW doesn't step up, then we just go to grand finals the way we are.
Yeah, pretty much set in stone.
Yeah.
No, not really, of course.
Because
there's still opportunities. I am jinxing myself right now because half an hour ago I was like, there are 10 games still remaining. It's a 3-day weekend, so 5 games per day. So 10 games is still quite a massive opportunity for teams to be able to, you know, bring in that sort of a comeback story. We've seen that happen in the previous weeks. In just one day, 2 good games, and the teams are skyrocketing with 60 points and whatnots. So yeah, let's keep that opportunity alive. But looking at the statistics that are going to be showcased right here for the map of Erangel, okay, that resurgence from Metershot could be showcased based on how this previous game went. Or maybe, to close the day off in style, FMxR3D jumps into the arena to take a chicken dinner.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Now, though, I think all of these teams are just looking to set up themselves and end off this Super Weekend on a good note. Sorry, Super Weekend Day 1 on a good note. But coming back to that rankings discussion, right, it's because of the fact that, like, the bottom 4 teams, 3 of the teams in the bottom 4 aren't in the Super Weekend, so they're automatically out. The only team that is in the bottom 4 that is in this Super Weekend will not be going to Grand Finals if we were to end it right here is TmW. So, like you said, they need a couple of those good performances, but the gap is starting to increase. I believe currently 16th is around 100, which means 2 chicken dinners would be enough. But if you let that extend for another day, maybe at the end of day 2, maybe 2 chicken dinners will not be enough. So it's not like you have infinite time to make it happen. You've got to get it started ideally in this final match of day 1.
Definitely true indeed. And I mean, to take the viewers back to the second league play of this third week that we were part of, right? We had TmW walk in on the map of Miramar with 14 kill elimination, as well as, of course, the chicken dinner, which was theirs for the taking. Now, that definitely showcased a little bit of a resurgent story that could have been anticipated from the side of TmW when it came down to the Super Weekend. But the opportunity that has been provided to them, we see them again and again from one fight to the next. They're underperforming. They're not able to stand true to the mark that they created on the map of Miramar in that final day on the league plays day. And again, so that hope will still remain and hopefully sustain, as there are 11 games remaining, 1 for today, 10 tomorrow and day after. And yeah, if that itself is not going to allow the opportunity for TmW, even if they get this close, even if they're like 10 points away, I will definitely say that yes, this team has made it. They have tried their level best and they have come together with a synergistic bunch to take on the fight. But if not, then it's not looking good for the side. But also, to another point that you were mentioning, dude, we are part of this. You know, all these new teams that are slowly getting their names known against the lobby, where you've got Clarity, where you've got Freestyle and whatnot. Yeah, we're part of this journey. So definitely feel obliged and blessed.
Yeah, I most certainly am, and I hope that TmW will be able to do the same. Just let the shackles off, play for fun, really, play with that carefree attitude that got them to this position in the first place, and then you'll be able to make it happen. And I do notice we're quite close to getting that match started, so immediately, Blotter, I'm going to put you under the the microscope right here and ask you a slightly tougher
question. Under the microphone right here? Okay.
I want to know if you think any of the teams in that second page can get that chicken dinner in this final match.
Well, match is live. Let's find out. Let's jump on into the map of Erangel. Let's find out where the flight path is going to be taking these teams as they get prepped. So, to hold your question to the mark, which team from the second page of the leaderboard is going to be able to get a chicken dinner is what you're asking.
Yep.
We just had a rant about TmW and their playstyle and their gameplay throughout the day. We did just see Metershot also jump up to the cause. A complete stark difference to the TmW conversation. Then there's the middle ground where we do see Freestyle, we see Clarity, just slowly YOLOing it. But again, I mean, clearly indicated based on the overall ranking is the fact that Clarity had a really good start in the league. Almost a 100-point difference between them and Freestyle. On the other front, as you did mention, Quantum Rage as well. I was noticing Quantum Rage, but again, these teams, if you notice, right, the teams that are underperforming are majorly the teams that are pretty much at the top of the leaderboard with a lot of points accumulated for their side. So yeah, to guess or predict what team will this go to, I want to say either 52x Rage.
Ooh.
But then again, you say from the second page of the leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly.
The Grounders or MetershotxSKY.
Oh, okay. I like that. Currently, as you can see in the live rankings, it is 14th and 15th of Blotter's predictions, and I think it might most definitely come true, but I immediately got excited when I saw this flight path because give it to us, PMPL gods, give us a southern circle. The weird one with this, the standard one, of course, would be the northern circle where it would end up going towards Rozhok. But come on, we've all seen that plenty of times. We want some spicy action, and okay, I'll take it. It's not the southern circle I was thinking about, but still, mostly towards that southern side, a southwestern circle, basically with over 30% of that circle in water. And honestly, I should have guessed this was going to happen the minute I saw Clarity going towards Ferry Pier instead of their standard Georgopol drop. They always freaking know.
No, they'll be there. You wait and watch. They'll jump down to Ferry Pier, they'll give a little bit of a drama to Freestyle, and Freestyle will just completely scatter themselves away, and then Clarity will find themselves vehicles, and they'll go all the way out of the zone to find the comfort of Giorgio. I mean, they've done that many a times now, and yeah, it won't be any different this time, I don't think.
No, but usually they make that move and the circle ends up going towards the north. They go for the Ferry Pier in these southern flight paths when they're expecting the southern circle, and given the fact that they're currently in the middle of it, wouldn't be surprised if they stay. And talking about teams that have changed their drops, TMW abandoned the Zarki drop, instead going towards Milta and Milta Power in that 2-2 split. So I like this move of adventure almost for TMW, because to be honest, near them, it's not really the toughest of opposition. It's not like SALTxi8 or TUF is lurking in the shadows, or QWERTY is quite close, but the immediate team they're going to contest with is their competition. Actually, in Regicide, the team in that 16th spot, the team that TMW is trying to hunt down currently, well, no better way to do it than to literally hunt them down in the game.
Absolutely, and again, one thing that is definitely going in favor of TMW is the fact that Team H2E is not playing, and I do believe it was the side of Team H2E who'd love to go down towards Milta Power, if I'm not mistaken. H2E would go to Pochinki. Then I'm confusing it with somebody else, because we know Quantum always loves to go towards Yasnaya. Yeah. Then we've got the side of Pochinki where NorthEsports is always there. On this eastern front, Milta Power region, I thought it was H2E that loved to go down there, or again, my mistake. But yeah, nevertheless, all right, so I bite my tongue on that approach, but still, either ways, it is going to be favoring TMW because that team is not there. End of story. They used to be there, all right, but now they are not. So helping out Milta Power is going to be TMW as they get that loot perfectly set up for their side. And now we are going to have to see what is going to be the story for this game, for the fights, because when it comes to the prediction, the grounders, yeah, they love to go towards that Primorska region for them, but I don't know if it's just the best placement for them. Every single time they do that, and then they try and make those rotations, it gets a little trickier and trickier because they get caught. This time, the zone is favoring them. The zone is going to be very much close to their position. But around them, of course, we do have some heavy hitters. We've got Clarity, all 4 players, and you were absolutely bang on the money, dude. Because nothing taken away from your conversation, definitely makes sense. But I had seen this illogical approach from Clarity in the tournament in the previous week itself, where the zone was away from Giorgio. I mean, right now it's still close to Giorgio. It would make no sense for me to even point out if they went to Giorgio. But that point of time, of course, on the map of Erangel, the zone was nowhere close to Giorgio. They drop down to Ferry Pier, get into vehicles, drive all the way out there, and then come back into the zone. And the zone was towards the eastern front.
I think their logic is that if the Ferry Pier drop is in the circle, or if it's the circle is completely south and it can access Sosnovka, then they like the drop. But if the circle is more centralized and or even northern for that matter, I believe that circle particularly you're talking about ended up towards the north of Rozhok. In circles like those, they prefer to just go for their standard drop and then go for the rotation. So they'll go to Georgopol to get those vehicles, to get the loot that they know they're going to get for sure, and then make the rotation happen. As compared to a circle like this where they're like, well, there's no point to go to Georgopol now because we're already in the middle of the circle. So I guess right here, just going to look to hold the shorelines and hope the circle keeps taking that centralized shift.
Well, that definitely makes sense. Thank you so much for approaching with your thought, mate. That definitely makes a lot more sense. And again, I mean, as you so perfectly mentioned, right? Sitting in the center definitely gives them an edge. But right now, they better be careful, because we do have the side of SALTxi8 also making an early rotation, and I guess they're going to be sticking to that bridge camp area and then wait as to which side is the zone going to be shifting and dictating the fights towards. But yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a stalemate situation for both those teams. Clarity on one side, SALTxi8 on the other. But yeah, there is definitely no doubt in my mind that those two teams, being that very close, are definitely going to have to collide against each other.
Oh, 100%. And hopefully that collision will happen over the bridge. I'd like to see those Titans engaging early. Maybe create some third-party situations that teams that are in the lower half, you know, like Team Grounders, like Star, like Regicide, could potentially come and capitalize. This time, I am noticing MetershotxSKY went back to Nova Ripnoi. No more of that early rotation business. They're going back to their standard Nova Ripnoi into ultra late rotation playstyle.
Absolutely, and you know, whatever suits their boat, it's absolutely fine. And now I won't even judge teams making that sort of crazy rotations, because as you so perfectly just explained it to me, you know, that there are different ways that these teams approach these sort of situations. And once again, I mean, in the end, it's all about those points. And if the points is what the team is able to accumulate, even if they're going outside the zone, they're sticking out their necks in the blues, it's absolutely fine. Because I mean, look at Metershot. They stuck their neck out in the blue pretty much half the time in this league, and they're sitting in the top 5 position, if I'm not mistaken. QWERTY Esports have not had a good, decent performing, classy day, but that's okay, because they're on the 6th spot with more than 280 plus points. So yeah, definitely looking good for those teams. But now, Team Star, this team has had a very bad day, and now with the final game in their hand, it is looking like they are going to try to utilize this opportunity. They are definitely riled up to take on some shots, and here we have the players, of course, very much fanned out from each other, but still being able to confirm that knock. And I believe Osama will definitely be coming in along to get that kill confirmed as well.
Should be able to make it happen right here, Team Star. JD will be first. Blood emerge, picking it up. Osama able to finish him off, and just like that, the action has commenced, and we are getting to see the stage set up for what we wanted. Rollin holding on to this end of the bridge where SALTxi8 wants to make the rotations happen. You can see TmwEsports spotting them out as well. Meanwhile, XGeneration have got their revenge, although against the wrong team. XGeneration, they spot out a player of North Esports and take him down. We've got that action kicking off around that school Pachinki area, as a lot of the teams are congesting, and potentially around this bridge area as QWERTY look to deny SALTxi8 their opportunity to hold on in this circle. With the circle finishing off, it's closing in the next 1 second. Where the shift goes will dictate how the fights happen, and the shift, it goes southwestern again, making that bridge extremely crucial. SALTxi8, if they make this fight work out in their favor, not only will they be rewarded by a beautiful spot in the circle, but also the potential to continuously take those third parties because of where they are.
Absolutely, that's going to be favoring them quite a lot indeed, and getting, of course, elimination points for their cause as well. But right now, it is going to be the side of TmW, who are, or rather who were, looking on to make a rotation, but very close to their vicinity. Of course, Team QWERTY just roamed on around, and so the information has been retained from the side of TmW. But they do know that right now it is better to stay quiet than to take on this fight, as these teams are going to be focusing on getting that rotation done. The side of TmW is going to be focusing on getting the information. But for now, once again, it's 10 minutes into the game. We are still looking at only 2 players eliminated. So 62 players, 16 teams still alive. Regicide right here being very patient as they wait for Metershot. Kian is out in the open, all in front with the Scarel. Vaz brings in a perfect spray, and along with his teammate will be delivering some massive blows to the side of Metershot, where 2 players, one by one, have been knocked. Khatir and Ash had some sense in them, and they decided to, well, swim across, whereas the other 2 have been lost, and that is going to be the end of Metershot. So yeah, they had a good game in the previous Sanhok, but this time around they took their chances, and guess what? The chances did not favor them.
Most certainly did not.
Look at that Thug play.
Oh my god. Yeah, we're looking at that outplay from Thug. talking about our place right now, MetershotxSKY. I mean, we talked about late rotations, but through the water, I'm not so sure about that, man. They're most likely going to end up prey to that blue zone. Ash will, I guess, survive, but the rest of them will not, because Regicide, they're holding them down right here, right there at this moment, and trying to deny any of that capability even to make such a move happen. But I think for MetershotxSKY at this point, it's just Ash hoping to get to safety. And for Regicide, again, a situation we saw in Sanhok as well, where they tried to keep QWERTY out. And even though I understand what they're trying to do, a situation where, you know, they keep getting themselves stuck in those areas, stuck in those spots where they're not getting the fight immediately, they're not able to make the rotation happen immediately, and even though they might get 2 or 3 elimination points, they're going to hurt themselves too.
Oh, they definitely are. If they're not careful, they definitely are. And that, again, will not help their cause. But right now, as we move on through, it is going to be Team QWERTY now, who are going to get that information for the side of TMW making the rotation. It seems like TMW held on to that information that Team QWERTY had made that rotation from that angle, and they tried to catch up to them, but it seems like Team QWERTY were waiting. They just were waiting to pounce on to their opponents, and now is going to be the time that Team QWERTY will let their presence known on this small little hill. But again, TMW have also read the approach and this entire region, so they're going to be backing out, and they're not wanting to approach this fight. In all of that, it is going to be Harry again from the side of TMW. That is the only dude who we have seen, you know, confirm elimination points. The other players, they are more of the openers in those fights, and for now, that is also not going to be the approach from the side of TMW, which again is safe. And that safety is going to be very, very essential for the side of TMW. And of course, that numbers advantage is also going to be helping them in the later zones of this game.
Most certainly is, Blotter. At this point, really, for them, it's all about holding on to their spots. You can see the traffic is insane towards the center part of that circle as it continues on its centralized shift, keeping that shoreline in play, keeping QWERTY's ferry pier drop location in play. But talking about in play, Team Grounders have come under the radar against FMxR3D, while Star tried to make the push happen on XGeneration. So Star, they've lost God Fury already. Usama quite low, but Thug doesn't check his angle. Thug might get caught out, but Sultana not able to land. The spray will mean Thug gets a second lease of life after taking him down. But still Thug under a lot of pressure. It will be Emerge who comes and wipes him out, but he's created enough time for Bashir to come through and help him out, but Emerge not even giving them that opportunity. He gets rid of Thug real quick, and at the same time on the other side we see Team Grounders getting rid of FMxR3D.
Well, this is a tricky situation that these teams are looking into, and with that, we've got 15 teams remaining. FMxR3D, the team that we were, well, I was actually hoping would be able to make a mark in this final game, and that is not going to be allowed. On the other front, there are 50 players still alive, so a lot of chaos that will be ensuing in this lobby, but FMxR3D sadly are not going to be a part of it.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they will be making their way out, and a huge win for Team Grounders in that regard, because remember, for Grounders, FMxR3D is key competition, so being able to take them out like this, it gives them a lot of relief by and also getting them some key placement points. But look at the circle, actually, Blotter. I'm noticing now that Regicide are actually able to make their way in. So, hey, I'd like to take my words back and now applaud the team, because that issue they had in the last game, they've clearly corrected it already, and now they're making it work, but it won't be an easy affair. The thing that will help them, though, is that most of the teams now are along the shoreline. As we can see, every team is neighbor to each other at this point, which means Regicide will get a free entry into that northern side. And now I wonder where the circle shifts, because usually in moments like this, where half the circle is in water, half is on land, the circle usually excludes the water altogether in its next shift and goes completely towards the north, which has Regicide in the circle. Ooh, close. Seems we ran into a couple of technical issues, but the issues in game are increasing for QWERTY. They're engaged in a fight with TMW while the nades rain down from SALTxi8. They're not sure where to go, and it might actually be, the way it looks, TMW that will capitalize on all of this, because SALTxi8 are stuck in this compound fight while TMW is much more further with the ability to continuously heal each other and let SALTxi8 and QWERTY engage and take their health down low. The way it is right now, though.
That's a good power play to do. I mean, when you know the teams are fighting, why do you want to just, chime in along? When it's a map of Sanhok, then that possibility is definitely going to help you, because you could very well bow down both those teams and get those elimination points. But right now, yeah, just sit back, relax, as you see your opponent getting perished thanks to their own opponent.
Yeah, exactly. And all you gotta do is chime in once in a while and try to sneak some elimination points for yourself. And you can see that's exactly what TMW is trying to do. SALTxi8 though. Blade. Uncharacteristic whiff. He will make up for it, as actually Review's making up for him in that regard by knocking down Khan, while Blade tries to hunt down the last few members. Wolverine's found Crypto, and suddenly SALTxi8 in a little bit of trouble right here, as Crypto will most likely get finished because of that blue zone. Blade under a lot of pressure because of that blue zone, and Review's just trying to get his health back up now. Blade? Okay, gonna go for the healing before he goes for the rotation. A smart move, but it's one that will cost his teammate, because Review's just doesn't have that kind of time.
Absolutely, he does not. And again, when it comes down to these teams taking on the fights, they are very close to the zone itself, but they are not going to be allowed to get into the zone, because again, these teams are fighting it to their deaths. And in doing so, we do have these two big names taking a lot of damage, but it is Clarity, as of now on our screens, who are going to be able to jump into the game with a decent play and position for their side. Team TMW, they got a breather from this fight that took around them, but now, as they do have two of their players knocked, the play zone is damaging them quite a lot. And on the other side of the game altogether, we do have the Grounders against the players of Clarity. But the Grounders, the best part for them is the fact that they have the cover of this compound, whereas on the other front for Clarity, they're out in the open. All they have is their wits, and for now, it seems like it is going to slow down a little bit, as the Grounders will be absolutely... Wow, I mean, Sensei and Kurma, look at that perfectly set up nade from two individual compounds. Now that is called synergy.
Synergy indeed. Circle again on the very brink of closing up. We're going to find out which team it is going to favor. All I see is actually Bashir. You can see on your screen casually making the rotation in the middle of everyone, because everyone is currently in compounds of their own. Bashir not under any trouble. We're talking about trouble. Clarity have found their own, as Team Grounders will move forward and look to shut them down. 420 boy though slaps back strong, finds the knock onto Sensi. Meanwhile, MetershotxSKY have been eliminated, and TMW under a lot of trouble from Freestyle, as the circle takes that eastern shift. Freestyle and TUF in prime time control, especially after Freestyle. They're able to get rid of TMW. Now TUF, they're going to try to gatekeep the teams on the western side, giving Freestyle more than enough time and opportunity to spread themselves out across the circle.
Well. We're looking at 9 teams remaining. The Grounders jumping into the zone from the south. NorthEsports right here in front of our screens, trying to get closer and closer to the zone, as they are at the edge from the southwestern front. Right in front of them, of course, is Magnus. But up on top, we have Freestyle from the eastern flank joining into the zone. And, well, again, I mean, this game either could be theirs or TUF as well, as TUF have a fighting chance based on the numbers that they have. But let's see, because there are a lot of teams that could screw it up for either of them.
Right side, under a lot of trouble right now, but they get out of that car in time. They should be able to hold on to their spot with the help of some key smokes placed right here. I really like the way right side position. They're in a 2-2 split. Talking about positioning, Grounders haven't got a great one of their own. They were trying to make the rotation come through, but they get spotted out by 52x Rage. Shapatar being knocked, most likely will get finished. There's just not enough cover behind that tree. 3 eliminations now for Pharaoh as he looks to hunt the rest of Team Grounders down. He's moving it aggressively. He's certainly feeling himself.
Oh, come on. Die. Come on. The Grounders, they were looking so good, mate. They were in a perfect position had Magnus not found out. Had they just stayed quiet around that area, it would have been just the best approach. But on the other front, it is going to be MetershotxSKY Esports staying quiet as well, as they tried to make that open Russian push. Sadly, were caught in the crosshairs of not only Quantum Reach, but 52x Reach as well.
Yeah, I forget there's this movie where this lady with her kids has to cross this massive land to get to safety, and they can't really open their eyes, you know, so they tie blindfolds and they just rely on sound to get through, because if they open their eyes they'll die or something. And that's what the rotations in the lobby feel like right now. Teams are just like eyes over, no, hands over our eyes, press the W button and hope we get away. One person died, one person got away, not bad, we'll take it.
We will definitely just live with it, simply put. But hey, I mean, you know what? I love that analogy, because look at the Grounders. I mean, they got into somewhat of a comfort zone based on that YOLO rush in the open. But in doing so, now it is going to be 52x Rage who are going to be so very close. And look at that Jigsaw right behind you, mate. There is a nade parade that has been set up for you. And in doing so, 52x Rage, dude, this team is looking absolutely on point to get this game. The momentum is theirs for the taking. The elimination points are there for the taking. I mean, before that, as you can see in the numbers, the elimination numbers, the Grounders Shaptar, I mean, that dude was definitely making a lot of points and a lot of marks. But after him getting eliminated and down to only Sensei remaining, yeah, this is not looking good for the Grounders, but definitely a wonderful opportunity for 52x Rage. But that is only if FS allows it. And looking at FS, Freestyle as a perfect opportunity right here, because they are on top of that hill, right? And 52x Rage have Quantum Rage right behind them to worry about as well.
Oh, and Regicide's players are dropping like flies. TUF is raining down thunder on these teams with Edgar leading the charge. Pharaoh in the meantime trying to hold down Quantum Rage. His teammates have been taken quite low, but Pharaoh looks to be a one-man army. Not too dissimilar from Virus himself. TUF, they are on a rampage with 52x Rage in this lobby right now. Blotter, as both of these teams, they'll combine to get rid of Quantum Rage. Sirius and JD, they've been left on their lonesome, but Sirius, he pulls off a huge nade, knocks down one, he's moving in for more, but the counter nade comes through. Daku will find Sirius, and surely that will be the end of Quantum Rage's fight right here. I don't think JD should fight. I think he should just try to quickly get out of here, but he's been spotted and he will be eliminated.
Well, they held strong against the lads of 52x Rage, but were definitely not up to the task with the momentum that 52x Rage had rolling for them. And now, that same momentum will be forced against the players of TUF. But FS is still in this. FS, TUF and 52x Rage. This could go either way. All these three teams are very well versed in terms of taking these sort of approaches. But based on how FS has been playing lately, I don't have that much of confidence in their approach. More so in TUF, but 52x Rage, I mean, they play it YOLO. They are like the Arnold right here in this fight, and they would actually jump into the bullets to be able to first get the elimination point.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think for the side of 52x Rage, the aggression might just pay off. Because TUF, they spread themselves off quite a bit, and Freestyle don't look like they're in a position to third party. It's all about picking the fights at the right time, especially with this circle taking a centralized shift. None of the teams in the circle right now, though with the aggressive nature Joker was adopting, he's got himself a foot in the circle, a foot on the basis of which TUF will effectively enact this broad split and ensure that if any fight happens before them, they're in the best position to shut it down. And that fight has commenced. Wazi taken down quite low, but he's the one who actually finds the knock onto Zen. But Daku will immediately answer with Tyrant being knocked out. Now Wazi, he is the elimination leader for his team in this lobby, and he's going to be the leader of this charge as well. Looking to set up on 52x Rage. If that molly lands and land, it won't. Barely missing out, man. Wow.
Well. This is a 52x Rage's game. That is it. There is no denying it. The way they're pushing on along, the way they're taking on these fights. Not only that, I mean, look at that prowess that they're rolling along with. They took on the fight to the face of Freestyle, damaged them badly, and still took care of TUF. If at all there were any flank angles that were being created, which I'm sure there were, which I'm sure 100%. I mean, you're talking about TUF. Look at the way they've got themselves fanned out in that play area that they've got. Really all across the map is what we see them. But 52x Rage's Pharaoh as well as Pain, I mean, they're looking at through the flank angle, whereas the other two players have completely stopped FS to be able to make that sort of a freestyle approach in this final game. Thus, left with we are two teams, TUF, 4-man army against the 4-man squad and SWAT of 52x Rage.
TUF look like they're in a great position to finish this off, grab the chicken dinner for themselves, to wrap up this day and continue their charge in that top half. Try to get back on SALTxi8, but 52x Rage, they've looked in another level of form today, I will say. And they don't look like the kind of team that will just give up without a fight. Both of the teams, though, right now playing it very safe. Now, in terms of positioning, I'm not surprised that Edgar and Pharaoh are the ones most aggressive for their team. And the point of contact, really, between these two players, the 1v1 ensuing just about now, potentially, will decide the entire fight. Pharaoh going for the wrap around Edgar with the shots coming in from Zen, but he's not spotted him out specifically just yet, and he's under a lot of spray trouble from TUF. Daku will find Joker, but Pharaoh's been taken down quite low.
Pharaoh's right in front of him. He's been able to absolutely pinch down his opponent as well, and Pharaoh will still be able to walk out of that position. I mean, this is just crazy, crazy level of play that is being showcased on the side of 52x Rage, and luck also favoring them in this YOLO approach that they've created against TUF. But in all of that, again, the information was not given to TUF, but now, as they finally do have some information, two trades across each of these teams, and that will leave 52x with a 3-man squad, if I'm not mistaken. And TUF still have 4-man standing strong, but they need to be given that revival. Thor is still down.
Alright, good again, trying to make that move happen. He's found Zen and knocked down 52x Rage despite the early pressure created by Pharaoh. It's TUF who rallied together and pushed back strong. It's Team TUF who will be able to pick up the winner chicken dinner. 25 points for themselves, but it's really that $500 cash prize that's going to make them feel happy.
Oh yes, it definitely will, because right now when it comes to the points that they've been able to accumulate, they are definitely going to be moving into the grand finals, of course. Along with that, getting a little bit of fuck for your weekend, but he's definitely not something you want to shy away from, and that is what TUF did in style. But 52x Rage, I mean, again, they definitely are like the Arnold Schwarzenegger right here. Either they jump into fights and they're just completely YOLOing it. Of course, the skill is there, therefore they get those elimination points, or they get pincered down themselves. I mean, it's a very hit and miss sort of a strategy that they go with.
Absolutely. And really,
but
for
hey,
TUF, I want to say a lot of that. I think this team is one that is going to give the top three teams a run for their money, you know, can really pull off some upsets when it comes to the finals.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen that again and again. It was the league play itself, right? If I'm not mistaken, was it day number 1 or day number 2 is all I want to confirm. Day number 1 it was for this week 3, TUF back to back. I mean, jumping into the second place, jumping into the third place. They were, I mean, the consistency to be able to bring that sort of a play level in this sort of a lobby, it is definitely undermined. But again, TUF are doing it in style. With that, we're going to go on a short little break and continue our conversations right after this one. Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of match 5 here right now, where Team TUF has picked up the winner chicken dinner for themselves, and what a day one it has been in this final Super Weekend, Blotter.
Definitely, dude. Started off with an interesting pace, but slowly over the entire 5 games, we can definitely say that there is still a big, massive hope for the teams to be making a different placement by the end of this Super Weekend on that top 16 position. With that, let's move on ahead, have a look at the MVP coming in from this game, and that is going to be given down to Virus from the side of Team TUF with 6 elimination points, 5 knocks along with 1 assist. Wow, was he on a rampage of his own?
Absolutely, he was on another level really with respect to that performance. Virus, even Edgar for that matter, Joker. At this point, every single player of TUF has stepped up in a game or two themselves and really carried their team across the finish line, and it shows you the multi-pronged threat that this team has within itself.
Absolutely, that is true. And with that, as we move across the list to the top players coming in from this game, of course, we ought to have another player from the side of TUF along with 52x Rage as well, I believe. Or maybe not. We do have Joker coming in from the side of TUF, but it is Pharaoh and Daku taking the spots from 52x Rage along with Vasi from Freestyle. So, had Freestyle actually decided not to take that fight that crazy, I mean, yeah, there could have been a chance for them to also walk away with the chicken dinner, but it was just done so quickly from 52x Rage, they never even gave a chance for the side of FS to think what this team of 52x Rage were up to.
I will say though, it's really nice seeing Freestyle in the top 3. Very reminiscent to that first league stage week 1 performance that they had, where it was mainly Vasi displaying some incredible firepower and pulling off these moments for the team. So maybe they can build up on that. Vasi himself maybe can find that form and make it happen for his team. But you could say 52x Rage, man, they were fighting hither tinder every single position, and that's why they have the most damage dealt, the most damage received. Every single one of their knocks turned into eliminations and tied, of course, with respect to those points in terms of match ranking. So I think for both of these teams, a massive win here today. I think really for 52x Rage, they've effectively guaranteed their slot in the top 16 because of this push.
Right, I believe that is so very true, of course, because of the way that they were able to just play this game from one fight to the next, just jumping in without a lot of thought and still getting those clutches for yourself. It is that sort of minds that will lead in this Pakistani lobby, and they have made sure that they practice that against the best of the best names in Pakistan region.
Yep, exactly, and that's why really 52x Rage will be feeling proud of their resurgence today. Team Grounders as well with a decent match. Reg side with a decent match as well. XGeneration and TMW, not so great, but really the teams that are hurting from this lobby are FMxR3D, NorthEsports and Magnus. Just a couple of points picked up for these teams, none for R3D. So it's a big, still a volatile situation in that bottom half of the bracket. TMW still not displaying signs that they will definitely make it close, you know, but it's still possible. They've got to get about, I'd say 80 points or so in the next 2 days to try and make it happen, which is not an impossible number, 40 points a day. It's just like a couple chicken dinners, you know. But
Exactly.
It's not been easy for them whatsoever, so I think it's easier said than done. I certainly hope they will at least make it close, so that as neutral observers we have that action to witness in the final third. We have teams being like, no, this team is getting too close, hunt them down right now.
Well, again, now on a different light altogether, how about we trade their positions with a different team altogether? Then that conversation about, right, that's what I was thinking. Honestly, that's exactly what I was thinking. Then our entire conversation would be like, yeah, they're making it. There's no two ways about it. You wait till the end of tomorrow and they are making it. Right now, it's a big F.
Oh my god, talking about a big F. Zami, I'm sorry, Zami just literally flew in the air. Like, for a minute, he could feel the wind in his hair. He could feel the smell of the air in his nose, and then he died. It's like RIP, anticlimactic jump.
Definitely. I mean, that was again though the control on that spray was definitely on point and OP in some light, of course. On the other front, for the side of FMxR3D, this is where they were lost, and that was all thanks to the grounders. But not soon after, the grounders themselves met their maker and were not allowed to jump away from there, and that is the introduction of 52x Rage. But yeah, this again I completely missed on this fight actually. This is where the grounders actually did hold themselves strong against the side of Clarity as well.
Yeah, and really we could see 52x Rage across almost like 60% of these moments, displaying that YOLO mentality, just not giving a damn, you know, what anyone thinks. They're playing the game their way. It's almost like they felt that freedom with not being in the bottom half, not continuously contesting for those fights. So, and that freedom has really helped them blossom to a large extent. 52x Rage playing it beautifully, but then again, what they need to do now is elevate themselves to the levels of Team TUF, because you can see Team TUF, when you go back to week 1, was a team like 52x Rage. Middle of the pack team trying to make their mark in the top areas and gradually building up that momentum, building up their performances. TUF has now become a top team in their own regard, challenging the likes of SALTxi8, challenging the likes of QWERTY, even QWERTY for that matter, for those top spots. And really, for 52x Rage, that's the next step in the evolution. But for that, they've got to display an unnerving level of consistency.
Yeah, it's yes, it is definitely very true. It is going to be a unnerving sort of nerves of steel kind of a play that will be required. But on all of this, when it comes to the performance of SALTxi8, it has not been known whatsoever throughout the day. For Team Star, not looking good. For the side of FMxR3D, definitely need a little bit more of a push from their side for the next 2 days if they want to be looking at a fighting chance.
Yeah, and it's certainly not going to be easy for these teams to make that happen, but really, we'll have to see which teams are able to step it up. Now, TUF making that 2-spot jump to number 2, very well deserved for them, most definitely, but still an ambitious shout to even think about taking down SALTxi8, who are 100 points clear in spot with a number that I very much fancy. So SALTxi8 clearly feeling themselves comfortable. And really, Blotter at this point for 52x Rage, the guarantee will be that they made it past H2E, you know. So at this point, they're not worried about the grand finals whatsoever, and that's why I think Team Star and Magnus as well shouldn't be as worried. It's the teams on the second page that we're going to now see, especially the likes of Regicide, Grounders, and North Esports, because XGeneration and TMW, they're coming a hunting, man. Even if TMW doesn't make it, XGeneration will certainly make it. So that 15, 16, 17 fight is going to be also spicy. I want to see XGeneration tomorrow taking the fight to Regicide, or maybe vice versa. I wouldn't like it if Regicide themselves decide, you know what, XGeneration, you're getting too close for comfort. We're going to find you and hunt you down in the first 5 minutes of the match.
Now that is the kind of contestation that we've been talking about since I think week number 2 itself, right? That is the kind of play that we want to be able to see these take against their opponent teams, because yeah, that's where the masala is, that's where the fun is, and that's where again well, casters like us draw the line and we're like, all right, now this is a lobby that we want to be part of, and it is definitely quite a lot entertaining as well.
Most definitely is, but taking a look at a team that has performed admirably throughout this day, I think it's going to be no surprise to us who it does end up coming out to. But in that regard, I'd also like to say, I think with this performance of Freestyle, since they've crossed the 200 mark, they should be more or less safe. Not that it's impossible to get 100 points for any team, it's just unlikely that XGeneration or TMW will be able to get 100 points in the next 10 games. So it's really North and Regicide that should be feeling the pressure. And in that regard, honestly, only Regicide, because North should be able to make it out. But talking about a team that has really performed very, very well throughout this day, Team TUF, the winner chicken dinners from this last game. And really at this point, I I would say Chota SALTxi8, small SALTxi8 in the regard that they have the firepower in every single one of their players. Every game it's someone different who steps up. We saw a game where Joker was MVP, where the final game I believe Virus was MVP. Edgar is continuously taking those aggressive fights, and Thor is always the one getting that crucial information for his team with his aggressive plays. So really Team TUF, they're very well rounded in that regard, and that's why you can see now Team TUF making that push into the elimination leaderboard, Blotter, 2 players in the top 5.
Rightfully so. It definitely deserve it. They definitely deserve it. There's nothing stopping them from taking that charge. And SALTxi8, of course, they're in a league of their own because of the momentum boost that they had right off the bat in the first week itself. But apart from that, TUF have been climbing, and they, you know what, the most difficult thing that I find these teams to be able to do is to be consistent every single day. Having a good game and having good days, that's one thing, but being consistent every single day, that takes a different sort of resilience altogether that TUF has. And it's almost like inbuilt into their genes that they're able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, and that similar level of consistency is what we've seen from QWERTY as well. Still in that top 3 of the Super Weekend with, I can't believe I'm saying this, man. It's been 7 days of Super Weekend to be exact, but QWERTY, they're in the top 3. That is the good news. They have 0 chicken dinners. That's the bad news. But they make it happen, and they've got 2 players in the top 10 of the elimination leaderboard.
Definitely they do. And they, of course, again, a very, very well-known team from the side of Pakistan region. Team QWERTY is also a sensation to watch. And, of course, when it comes to their playstyle, they have it figured out. No questions asked. Even if their IGL is not playing with them, even if it's only a 3-man army approach that they end up having in the game, they will deliver and be consistent through and through. But yeah, not having that chicken dinner, that ought to hurt somewhere, dude. I genuinely hope we're able to get an interview with them during the finals.
Yeah, be like, were you eating all your chicken before the matches? Where did the chicken dinners go, my bros? And I'm sure the answer we'll receive is wait and watch in the finals. I'm sure
exactly right.
That's what I'm show up with their strength there.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Honestly, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well. When it comes down to the style that this team plays with, they are the low-key bunch. They know when to aggress. They know when to stop. For the side of SALTxi8, pretty much the same thing. But when they do start aggressing, it takes them a while to, slow down. They're like a jet. They go rushing in and they completely obliterate whatever their target is. And then it takes them some time to just slowly flare out of that position. And again, that is the reason why we see them in a different league of their own with, 100 plus points? Wow. And that's only during the qualifiers itself. As we move into the grand finals, hopefully that is going to be a lot more closer against these other teams.
Yeah, hopefully is the word I would use as well, Blotter, because I'm certainly hoping that we get to see a lot more of different action from the Pakistani region, because the way we started off PMPL, Pakistan had its own identity, it's evolved in the grand finals. I hope it takes it to another level altogether, and to make sure you get to witness all of that, you viewers, you got to make sure you follow the respective channels, subscribe where you need to, do all of the shebang, you don't want to miss a single second of it.
That is so true. And of course, for that, we also would look forward to, again, all of you in the finals. But right now is going to be that much more crucial for you to stick around for tomorrow and day after, because this is the fight that these teams are playing. And, again, 10 games is all it is. For that, we have been very clear that, majority of them are done and through, and they are going to be jumping into the finals. But it is TMW that we have to keep coming back to again and again. But we shall see what tomorrow's day brings for that team.
Exactly. For now, it's going to be the end of our show. A big thank you to Oppo for making it happen. Of course, the F21 Pro going to come out soon. Don't miss any of that. That's all for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले यानी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस बाकी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना बेरा चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा जमाना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल ठाठा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली